met hart en ziel. Hier nu voor jouw knie. En me geef aan jou. Mijn hart, mijn ziel. Ik zoek een mens van vlees en bloed. Al die mij ontviel. Een vervallen vloed. Die het hart verteert. En jou altijd leert. Zie hoe ik de as, de urne aan je gaf. Ik zoek in stilte mijn eigen graf. Ik ben de kilt, de keizer van de grote spijt. En zie hoe mijn kroon van ijzer mijn huid aan flarden snijdt. Ik voelde hoe niemand ons begrijpt. En volgde mijn wil, mijn wonden. Door bliksem en donder. Door liefde en leed verbonden. In evenwicht en doelgericht. In een oogopslag gekroond heers jij, net als ik. Over het verloren woord, verkoren door de hoede. De moeder die van ons elk beviel. En heers ik in dit vrije huis. Op dit open erf, tot ik sterf. Ik neem afscheid van dit stervend lichaam, dit stervend hart, de dagen zwart. Ik verlies me in het vuur elk uur, het grote lijden tegemoet, te voet, met jou erbij, en ik hou moed, verrees, de hemel ingeprezen, onze tijd, de eenzaamheid, al mijn liefde gegeven, verbrand die stilte, verbrand die eenzaamheid, en op de as van wat toen was is nu gebouwd, ons aller huis. de moedermelk. Ik zoek een mens van vlees en bloed, die zich neerknieuwt en zijn ziel doorzoekt. En mijn grote pijn laat ik nu vrij.
Hello. What's up, everybody? Hold on. There we go. Outrun, Naz, Rasta, Ankthar, Mark, 10 bucks, Cassie, Serafin, Moni, Heroes and Diamonds, Bullvine, Tyler, Finksy, Nibiru, Fishboy. I hope everybody's doing well today. Thorough, thank you for the 13 months. Tier 1, I appreciate it. You will be remembered. Oh, it was just a live version of Amun-Ra, Ankthar. The Evanmans. They did a live recording with some orchestra in Brussels. Very recently, I think. The video came out like a couple of weeks ago. I just found out yesterday. Yeah, that was well, Flemish, Dutch. I don't know what the difference is, but yeah. Yep. Start this up. Wondering if it was a made-up language like Sigurd. No. I can see why you would think so. You know, I mean, I don't speak the language either, so it just sounds like drunk German to me. But what's up, Mac Ace? Did you guys know that the word skibbity is being added to the dictionary? Cambridge Dictionary, to be specific. That's something I learned in the past 15 minutes. I am not kidding, Captain Dax. And hear me out. That is not the thing that made me the most upset in the past 30 minutes. It's a dead whale. Burn it all down? If only we could do that. Along with Delulu? Okay, hold on. There's already a word in the dictionary for that. It's called delusional. That's human language evolving. I'm fine with skibbity being added to the dictionary. Yeah, listen, no. There's a few things at play here, Fishboy. Of course human language evolves. And of course, words that are now in the dictionary, you know, words that were added like 200 years ago, weren't in there 500 years ago. But here's the thing, though. Nobody ever said skibidi 10 years before now, right? You don't add words after 3 years of being a meme. That's not how it works. It needs to have like, you know, like a proper use case for it. It has to enter like long-term culture, and then maybe at some point, well, you know, we're added to the dictionary because it's become a thing. It describes something we, you know, we never knew how to describe before, and we clearly need it, right? Or, you know, if it's a really like new thing that just happens, like let's say science discovers something that we never even imagined before and we need a new word for it, then yeah, you add it right away, of course. But I don't think this is one of those cases, right? Yeah, exactly, Naz. It's in the dictionary for being a word that means nothing. I don't think this deserves a spot in the Cambridge dictionary. So now, again, I haven't, you know, investigated that news that I saw. So for all I know, maybe it's just the online version of the Cambridge dictionary. Maybe they add meme words like that just to, you know, inform people, to not lose business to Urban Dictionary is the real reason why they're doing it. But, you know, maybe Cambridge Dictionary could have like a, you know, like an online slang section. And then you'd be like, okay, well, that makes sense, right? I don't know, man. It's one of those things where I'm like, if you had waited 5 years, nobody ever uses that word anymore. Literally. Unless they're, oh, remember when skibidi was a thing? Right? What's up, Garrus? Yeah, I don't know. Did they add cap to the dictionary? Is that a thing? It's like, I'm trying to think of a similar example like back in the 90s of a word that everyone was using. But I can't find one. And I think the difference here is that I feel like a lot of those things, we were using words in a different way, right? We were using words in a different way that they were meant to, but we weren't making new words, I don't think. But like the Lulu example is perfect. It's like, I don't know if that was a thing in English, but actually I never thought about that. I don't know if it's a thing in English, but in French, there's this thing called verlan, which means we reverse the syllables of words to make new words. Like frère, which means brother, turns into ref. You know, you like frère, ref. You like invert the syllable. That's a thing, you know, that a lot of people would do. That's an old school like thing that, you know, like rap culture would do a lot of that back like in the 80s, 90s, right? You don't add that to the dictionary, right? There's already a word for that. It's the frère, brother, right? So Delulu is kind of one of those examples. It's just like, it's a modification of a word that already exists. Like Pig Latin, maybe? I don't know, yeah. We just don't have the Riz? Maybe so. But same thing, you don't add Riz to the dictionary because you already have charisma. Right? That's the word that it's, you know, shortening. What's up, Rico? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Chipmunk, thank you for the tier 2, 11 months. Appreciate it. One happy chipmunk, you will be remembered. And listen, I understand this is kind of an old man yelling at clouds situation. I get it. But you know what? It's my turn, okay? It'll be your turn later. Or it was your turn before, depending. I don't know. I don't think many people are older than me here, but... Yeah, Monivita? Hey, you always know where to find me if you need someone to attempt translating those things. If you know, I'm not saying do it. I'm saying I'm offering if you need help. What's up, Rodra? What's up, Slythe? What's up, Asterisk? But yeah, so like I said, this is not the thing that made me the most mad today. Here's the thing that made me the most mad today. If you remember a few years ago, I think we were playing Returnal at the time. We had a conversation about car DLCs. You know, when some cars had like heating seats, but you had to pay a subscription to activate them. And I was like, oh yeah, no, like, you know, the car industry is looking at the video game industry and they're like, I like what they're doing, right? And I'm pretty sure I made the joke at the time, you know, in the future, one of these days, you're gonna, you know, you're gonna buy a car and then you'll be able to buy a more expensive subscription for your car to be faster. That just came out. Volkswagen just released a car where you have a $20 a month subscription to unlock the full power of your car. And the way they described it, I'm gonna quote the exact thing because they want to offer drivers an even sportier driving experience if they pay extra instead of having to buy a new car. So to whoever works at Volkswagen and is watching my stream, I wouldn't mind a little, you know, kickback of however much money you're gonna make. Also, fuck you, yes. See, I need to stop being cynical. Because no matter how cynical I get, the fucking world within 2 years is like, oh no, you weren't being cynical. You know? What's up, Brainy? What's up, Shepard? Can't wait for chip tuners to unlock it permanently. Here's the thing, though. It's dangerous to do that with cars. Way more than it is for, like, you know... Like you get a video game and you crack it. Who gives a shit, right? With a car, you do that, you get into an accident, you can say goodbye to your insurance, you can say goodbye to, you know, your warranty, everything. I wouldn't do that. You know, there's like... Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where, unfortunately, it's not going to be on the pirates, you know, benefits to do that. But anyway, that's the one thing that I saw this morning when I woke up and I was like, holy fucking shit. The skibidi thing was just, you know, I was just using that as a decoy, you know, for us to start on a good, funny note, right? I don't think heated seats makes a lot more sense, though, asterisk. And here's my thought process. I understand why they're doing it. It's cheaper for them to build the same car rather than to have to change the production like chain, right? It's cheaper for them to just make every car exactly the same rather than it is to, okay, these series were not putting the heated seats in. These series were putting a different engine. It's probably more streamlined for them to just, you know, making the same thing. Oh, you're saying hacking. Never mind. Well, here's the thing. They don't give a shit. If you hack your heated seats and they notice that and you get into a crash, they're also going to use that as an excuse, right? To not, you know, honor your warranty or screw you over on insurance. Because fucking insurance companies probably, you know, work very closely with those car manufacturers. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're fucked. I'm pretty sure. Maybe Yanktar, yeah. But typically they would do that with older cars, wouldn't they? Like cars that are out of like the normal warranty cycle, and you know, I don't know, maybe not, but Torrenting car DLCs. Yeah. You wouldn't download a car? Well, actually, yeah, no, I mean, it's... Dude. And I mean, of course I would download a fucking car. I've ranted about that in the past. Are you kidding me? I downloaded MP3s to save on $5 on a fucking CD single. And you don't think I would save 50k by downloading a car? Of course I would. If it had the same like consequences and ease of doing it and repercussions, of course I would. Are you kidding me? An even sportier experience. My reaction when I saw that was like, these people saw like the EA Sports loot box defense. You remember that infamous Reddit post about like the better, you know, like more rewarding experience for opening loot boxes and etc, etc, like a feeling of accomplishment and all that. They read that and they were like, oh shit, that's really good. We need to do the same thing. Oh well. Apparently they're getting backlash for it. I don't think they will care. But, you know. What's a Blood Blue Pearl? Slowly working through Disco Elysium. I know for a fact you mentioned what program you used for notes, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. I am using Scalpel, which, as you can see, compared to the Disco Elysium, we've kind of made some serious progress with the implementation on stream. It's now completely like integrated in an overlay. It's beautiful. Scalpel, yeah, thank you $10 for the link. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that program over other maybe free options you can find. I'm just using it because I've used it for years, you know, for writing my novels and all that. I'm sure you can find free alternatives that are just as good maybe, but you know, people ask what I'm using, that's what I'm using. It's not, you know, like a recommendation particularly or anything. I enjoy it, but, you know, I haven't looked at better or free alternatives, so do your own research, you know, as always. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the Disco VODs. It's a long journey, and thank you for watching them. And thank you for, you know, coming in and saying hi, and always cool to see people from that VOD. I'm telling you, that Disco Elysium playthrough is definitely one of the most beneficial things I've ever done for this channel. It's brought a lot of people. Bum, 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 bum. Have you read the article about the font in the "You Wouldn't Steal a Car" anti-piracy ad? The one in which they figured out that the designers of the ad actually used a pirated version of the font. That's amazing. I love that. You should legitimately contact the company about the sponsorship. Scalpel? Yeah, but I mean, I don't, you know, literature and latte, right? I don't think they're making that much money. I don't think they have a very niche audience. Which, you know, I was about to say, like, the overlap with the people watching Twitch is probably pretty small, but actually, like, so many people, literally every stream, someone asks, right, about what I'm using for my notes. So, I don't know. Yeah, okay, Blue. Hey, Blood, if you enjoy the tangents, you're meant for this community, for sure. You found your home on Twitch, I think. There's not a lot of people, you know, I wouldn't say it's a lot of people's favorite part, but those that enjoy those conversations usually stick around. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I know, Naz. I never thought about it this way, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm in a mood today. Not because of that Volkswagen stuff or the Skibidi stuff, but just, you know, I was in a mood when I woke up, and nothing I saw since waking up improved said mood. So It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what we're doing anymore. I don't understand. I think that's, maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe that's what it feels like to get old. When you start just being confused about the direction of the world, you know? I don't know. Plenty of people seem to be fine with it. Maybe it's a me problem. Yeah, that's the thing, Asterix. I feel like a lot of younger people feel the same, right? So I don't think it's an old people thing. Like, I feel like more and more younger people are like, geez, you know, the fucking world's absolutely cooked. Literally and figuratively, by the way. Like, we're also cooking like on a literal sense. Slowly but surely, humanity is about to be well done in the next decade or so. People in the 80s were nuke drills. That's true. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, let's just, you know, detonate nuclear weapons in the fucking Pacific Ocean, because who gives a shit, right? Yeah, that was a weird thing. I remember seeing that in the news a lot, like in the 90s, you know, like nuclear testing. France was big on doing those. So since we're very exposed to French media here in Switzerland, you know, that was something I heard about constantly. And I wasn't questioning it at the time. Of course, I was a fucking child, like, what you know. But it's so weird looking back. Like, did we not think that was, you know, maybe a bad idea? I wonder. Okay, I have to wonder. Obviously, you know, I have no source of information. I'm not trying to put my tinfoil hat and all that, but I wonder what those nuclear tests in the Pacific Ocean, the impact it may have had on some creatures down there. I know this is the plot of fucking Godzilla, but, you know, I'm just curious. Okay? I wonder if there's like some fucking mutated species down there. I don't know. If something ends us, I wouldn't mind it being Godzilla. Yeah, I mean, at least it would be kind of entertaining. I need to watch the new, the last one. I don't remember which one was it. Godzilla Minus? Was that the last one? I need to watch that one. Can't wait for climate change to become bad enough for US or Russia to inevitably consider intentionally causing a nuclear winter. Isn't that the plot of Highlander 2? Like, you know, it got so bad that they intentionally covered the fucking sky with clouds or something, which obviously caused the collapse of civilization. Godzilla -1. Okay. Haven't watched that one yet? Yeah, me neither. We zapped the sky in the Matrix too. That's true, yeah, to stop like the machines from getting solar power, right? No. The way it's going, you know, I get increasingly worried that all those post-apocalyptic movies and sci-fi stories are not that crazy anymore, you know? All those concepts that look like, oh, that's a fun, like, fantasy or sci-fi concept for, you know, the end of civilization. I'm starting to think that they're not so unrealistic anymore. Yeah, I remember that. $10. That was in his first term. Just think about the fact that this was in his first term. And that fucker got reelected. I just... At some point, we get what we deserve. I don't know. Yeah, Garrus. Yeah, but see, Moni, thank you for bringing some light in this conversation. That's the good side of things. Looking into sci-fi and shit for the good things and being like, how about we make that a reality? Because that's fucking sick, right? That's something that we should do more of that. And less of, oh, look at those thriving corporations in the cyberpunk universe. How about we, you know... What's up, Epi? How are you doing today? Positivity is my thing? Well, hey. Someone needs to. Certainly not mine, unfortunately. I mean, I don't know, unfortunately, maybe not. There's enough people that are like, oh yeah, we want to keep things positive, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, plenty of people like that on Twitch. And I respect it. I love watching those channels. Makes me, you know, makes me happier. Puts me in a good mood. Not everyone can do that, right? I'm definitely not someone who's going to try to keep positivity at all costs. I love when things are positive. Love talking about positive things. But I'm also someone who, I don't know. I can't help but just talk about the, you know, like things as they are sometimes. What's up, Saladino? How are you doing? Maybe, you know, I mean, most new sci-fi has dark themes. Is that true? I mean, in the sense, I think that was always the case. I think most sci-fi or fantasy always had dark themes. I don't know if there's less utopias now. Maybe. Maybe there was a time where we were more hopeful about the future. You know, 60s, 70s. I'm not sure. Yeah. Star Trek is pretty positive-minded. Feels like it, yeah. Sort of, you know. There's curiosity in Star Trek, like a sort of positive curiosity, right? About learning new, finding new cultures and exploring new worlds and all that. Oh well. Well, that was today's rant against the modern world. Hope you enjoyed it. I think it's gonna be about time we get into Elden Ring. Anyway. Free Luigi and all that. Let's play some video games. That was my conclusion for today. Daily dose of existential dread. That's my YouTube fucking channel. That's what I should be doing. I didn't think about that. You know, the daily dose of internet? That's usually pretty typically funny and positive and all that. I do the cynical version of that. Daily dose of existential dread. And I find like the most depressing news and make a compilation about it. That sounds great for my own mental health. Daily dose of cynicism. Yeah. We're finishing Liurnia today. Yeah, I feel like we've been finishing Liurnia for weeks now. But today might be the actual day. Yeah. Unless this boss, you know, completely kicks my ass for 4 days or something. Have you ever watched the show Grumpy Old Men? No. I haven't even heard of it, I don't think. I want less reality, not more. What? Cassie, I'm not trying to mean that in, you know, I'm not trying to chase you away. But why are you here? Feels like, you know, I'm probably not the channel that you should be watching. No, but I know what you mean, Cassie. You know, I agree, and I would like the same thing. All right, Ray Rune, thank you for the Prime 3 months. Appreciate it. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. You will be remembered, Ray Rune. Thank you, thank you. Luxius, welcome in. Basically, old famous people ranting about life. I haven't heard of it. Yeah, there's a bunch of summon signs here. We checked them yesterday. There's the Blackguard, Millicent, and Great Horned Tragoth. Well, I mean, well, we're gonna summon them to, you know, as always, I want to experiment with the summons and see what they do, right? So we're definitely gonna summon them. I do want to first get inside by myself, probably die, and then we'll summon them. If by for any reason I start like completely stomping the boss, I'll just intentionally die. Just so we can get the full experience, right? There's no first tries in this playthrough. It's not the goal. A little Radon burn there on the cheek. Love it. Alright, let's see. Oh boy, what is this shit? This looks really cool, by the way. I'm just... I am so confused. Okay, am I about to get backstabbed by an invisible enemy? Is this a gimmick boss? Do I need to climb up here somehow? What's the Oh! never mind. I see something. Magma worm macaw. Oh, hello. That's a big lizard. Okay. Oh, okay. I have a feeling this is not gonna be this is not gonna be a hard fight. I don't know why. Okay, the lava might be a little bit of an issue, but ow! Okay, it's not even one-shotting me, so. Am I burning? Okay, I am. I don't even have to dodge and it's missing me. That's so funny. What is this poor thing doing? It does nothing. This is not a real boss. I just literally walk under it and it literally does nothing. Look at this. This is so funny. There could be a phase 2 or, you know, like one of those situations, but... Okay, I have to die so we can summon the summons and... Because obviously, you know, I'm way over leveled for this, I think. Yo, what's up, Aman? What's up, Quasi? Too bad the spoiler policy prevented an amazing dudes wear macaw joke before he showed up. That's pretty good. We'll see, you can still make the joke after. And it has the same effect. Love it. Alright, let's summon our boys and see what, you know, how it's gonna go. I'm worried that they're actually... Okay. I'm a little concerned that they might kill the, you know, the boss by themselves if I summon them. Should we do like 1v1s? Can I summon multiple? Okay, hold on. Can I actually summon multiple of them or does it replace? What are you attacking? Okay, I can summon multiple of them. I'm worried. Hello. I'm worried that they're actually gonna kill it by themselves. Let's just say, okay. I'm gonna keep Millicent for you know. I just want to see how those two are gonna fare. What's up, Stella? All right, attack! Yeah. All right, place your bets, chat. Who's dying first? Tragoth or the Blackguard? My money's on the Blackguard. He seems less armored. They are not doing a lot. Hit him! Look, sir! Literally doing nothing. Yeah, Tragoth is not even trying. Tragoth is just like... Tragoth is like me. He's just watching the Blackguard going at it. And he's like, yeah, you got this. The Blackguard has done 0 damage, by the way. 0. Not even hit him. Okay, Tragoth's getting into it. Oh, wow. Great damage. These are my teammates in League of Legends. That's That's how I feel when I play League of Legends. Oh my god, they're getting absolutely... Oh, that's so funny. They're tanky though, yeah. Oh man, the race to whoever dies first is pretty close. I still think the Blackguard's gonna die first. I don't know. He's more aggressive. Come on, Tragot. You have a crossbow. Shoot it! Dude. Oh, dude. Tragot did the jumping attack just there. Yep, there goes the Blackguard. Nice try. Hasn't shot his crossbow once. Not once. He's not even trying. Is the AI just completely broken in this game? Like, what's going on? Come on! Hit him! I did more damage in one hit than they did in the entire fucking fight. Alright. Nice try, Tragot. Alright. Time to die. Let's see if Millicent fares better. I don't know. Hopefully my girl Millicent's gonna actually, you know, do something. We summoned them for the lore and learned that these two are incompetent fighters and that Tragoth hates... Yeah, Tragoth just has a crossbow for the aesthetic. Passion Souls. Alright. I was hoping for grade... Each of them... They both get an F! Are you kidding? That's not a passing grade. I did more damage with one poke from behind my shield than they did in like 5 minutes. Alright, Millicent, you better not disappoint me. I like you as a character so far. I'm interested in seeing where your story goes. You better not disappoint me, Millicent. I want to see some good shit. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the one-armed lady is gonna out-damage the two nerds. Fully armored and all that. Alright, Millicent, go. Oh boy. Millicent, what are you doing? Okay, there she goes. There she goes. Yeah, see? 69 damage instantly. She's already done more work than they did. She just dodged an attack. She's kind of walking into the lava, which is not great, but, you know. There you go. There she goes. Look at her. Yeah, and in a much shorter time, Quasi, right? She barely needed 5 seconds to do more damage than they did. There you go. Get in here. Hell yeah. Wait, one-armed rotting lady is young, conventionally attractive? I'm not saying she's ugly or anything. I'm just saying, you know, those are the descriptors of the character. She's literally rotting, or was. Basically has the plague. I don't know if I would call that conventionally attractive, but all right, Millicent, good hustle. You try. All right, now's the time for my attempt. I don't even know if I want to change to my bus killing gear. I feel like, okay, I want to change to my bus killing gear just to see how fast I can kill it. So this is basically Blythe and Astrologer, yeah. Are you discriminating against rod-ridden people? No, not at all. Like I said, I'm not judging. I'm just saying that this is not typically what most people... I don't think that's typically what most people would consider conventionally attractive. Right? I'm not saying it's not attractive. I'm just saying one-armed, plagued person, typically not what most people consider conventionally attractive. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I have a... You know, maybe I'm wrong here. Alright, get in there. Let's see how much damage we can do. Alright, Makar. You and me. Is he transforming? If you had a phase 2, Makar, I'm sorry we didn't get to see any of it. The Magma Worm, Scale Sword, and a Dragon Heart. Oh, a Dragon Heart for this. See, nerds? That's how you do it. You get in there and you just mash. I blinked and almost missed it. I know, me spam attack, me real good. What's up, Grunt? What's up, Epato? Alright. Let's change back to our exploration gear. Oh, man. I was overqualified for this fight right there. There we go. Oh, it's a strange pie. Yeah, Tyler. I mean, you know, obviously I'm way over leveled for this location, right? Because we did so many things before we even got here, so. I'm sure if I had tried to go through this place as soon as I could have, you know, like a normal person would have been a very different experience. Yeah, it was funny. It makes the NPC's failures so much more entertaining. This place is cool though. I'm kind of sad we can't go up here. Like there's a whole like staircase going up here. Looks like Moria. Love it. I was there at level 45 and came back. Yeah. Yeah, what level am I right now? 108. Yeah. Obviously over leveled. I'm sure there are people finishing the game before level 108. On a normal playthrough, not like a challenge run or anything. I did a whole Kaelid training arc and then smashed it. Oh yeah, the Kaelid training arc has to be like a almost a universal experience for a lot of Elden Ring players. Oh yeah, DS2 Pharaohs. That's a good callback, Michael. I didn't think of it, but yeah, it totally looks like Pharaohs for sure. Yeah, I wanna hold on, I wanna... Yeah, Pharaohs was a very good looking area in Dark Souls 2. Wasn't very interesting, but it was very pretty. And those secret, like, stone walls or whatever, like the ones you open with the stones, that was such an annoying mechanic, because there were literally almost no rewards for it. Hated that place. Oh man, I can't even level up. Yeah, I feel like the Pharaoh's stones, like in Pharaohs, with how many doors there were and all that, I feel like that was a missed opportunity for something more interesting. So I feel like they could have done something cool with it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, is that the elevator that takes us all the way up? Let's see. I think the stone sword keys, it's a bit different. At least my experience with them is a bit better, because most of the time I feel like they open like a dungeon or something kind of cool. I think I've had pretty good experiences with them. Every time I've used one, I felt like I never felt like I just wasted one. Yet, I don't think. It was always something pretty cool. Yeah, no, some Pharaoh's Lug stones literally lead to nothing. They open a gate, there's an enemy in it, and that's it. It's just like, hey, gotcha, you know. Some of them, some stone sword keys in this game don't, you know, reward you very much, but a little bit. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'll change my mind the further I get into this one. But yeah, so far my experience with them has been pretty positive. Another aspect of DS2 with the log stones that I didn't like is I don't think you have enough to open every log stone on a first playthrough. I don't think there's enough of them in the game, but I'm not sure if that's true. For now, it seems like Elden Ring gives you plenty of stone sword keys. Again, don't say anything about, you know, if there's enough for everything or not, but so far I have plenty more than I need, so. Here's my map. We used the Grand Lift yesterday. We grabbed the map and that's it. We literally like walked on the road, grabbed the map, came back. And then I wanted to go through the tunnels. We knew kind of what the out point for tunnels were, because when we were teleported in the Volcano Manor, we escaped it. And we tried to find a way down. So we already like came down here, like just while trying to find an exit. And then I realized I would have to teleport, so I teleported. So I remember a few things. Like I remember there's a dragon here, I think. Up here, that spawns. Because we were, again, we already came down here from like escaping the Volcano Manor. But I haven't explored anything. I just, basically I was running through the place to try to get back down. So I don't, you know, I have no like memories of really what's up here outside of the dragon there that I marked. But yeah, finally we're about to properly explore the plateau and everything. That's exciting. Yeah, that's an exciting time. I'm really intrigued by the volcano. I can't wait to explore that. The fuck are those? Altus also just loaded seamlessly, so the Grand Lift is not a shortcut when it comes to engine loading. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a way the elevator is technically a loading screen, and this one just loads the game while you're in the elevator, like the physical elevator. Maybe? I don't know. Could be like a little, you know. There could be some technical shenanigans. I'm not sure. I mean, we can see the area, right? We've noticed that the bottom area seems to still be loaded, at least in part, because you can see some of it on a clear day, right? Yeah, I'm not sure how the technical aspects of this game work. I wonder if there's like a documentary or a video about it. Yeah, I'm not sure how all of this works. But I feel like it's mostly like basic geometry for like basically distant locations, and like the more detailed stuff only loads when you approach, right? There was this thing I remember seeing like about the, I think it was the Decima engine, right? Where the game basically just only renders what's in front of the player in a cone, and then when you turn around, like it unloads everything that's behind you and everything. Doesn't keep it in the like the active memory or something. I don't know the technical, you know, shenanigans, but I remember seeing a video about that, which is kind of impressive. Rustum calling? If you say so. I legitimately don't know. Magma Worm Makar. Oh, I haven't read the item. Hold on. Curved greatsword wielded by magma worms. The shape resembles a dragon's jaw and is covered in hard scales. It's said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in dragon communion. Oh shit. A grave transgression for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. Obviously this could be just a legend, right? But the concept of it is really interesting. Magma Guillotine. Grab the scaled sword with both hands as a worm would hold it in its mouth and leap forward, smashing it into the ground, triggering a blast of magma. Follow up with an additional input to perform a chopping attack. Looks like a toenail. $10, why? What? Why do you hate us? I mean, you are correct, but... looks cool. For some reason, it reminds me of the Nido sword in Dark Souls 1 that I used for a lot of the playthrough. I don't know why. It's sort of like the shape or something, right? I like the fluidity of the moveset. It's kind of cool. Right, there's a bunch of those... Oh yeah, those guys. I remember fighting a bunch of them. There was one in Stormvale. God, it was so long ago. I love that I'm thinking back to those moments that were earlier in the playthrough, and it's like, oh yeah, that was like 3 months ago. You guys remember Stormvale? It was like a lifetime ago. I was a different person. The world was a different place. What a journey. Oh!
The Erdtree is close. Only a little further till the foot of the Erdtree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erdtree, where Mother gave me my purpose. Though now, everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
Interesting. We're gonna have to listen to that again.
Everything it takes me back, tree, is close.
Okay, Melina, let me bring down the notes. Melina. I think I put her in roundtable, right? Melina. How are you? Melina, there she is. Yo, Colette, what's up? Talked to us again on the plateau at the exit of the tunnel. Said we were getting close to accomplishing our accord.
Close. Only a little further till the foot of the Erdtree.
Fulfill.
And the
our
accord
accord.
is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born
Remembered
at the foot of the
being
Erdtree.
born at the
My
foot
mother gave me my
Erdtree,
purpose. Though now
where her mother gave
everything
her
is lost to
her
me.
purpose.
I have to ascertain for myself
Doesn't remember.
the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
Ascertain, am I writing
Ascertain
that
for
wrong?
myself the
Yeah.
reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
That's an interesting sentence. The reason for which I live, burned and bodiless. So obviously, you know, she appears and disappears. She's not like a physical being, is what I'm hearing here. She doesn't have an actual body. She's just like sort of a soul that attached to us somehow, maybe, right? Kind of like maybe what's her name? Maybe kind of like Ronnie, right? Ronnie was just a soul able to move from like you know, physical manifestation to another. I don't know exactly how that works, but I mean, outside of her, one of her eye being weird, you know, she doesn't have like burn marks or anything. The reason for which I live burned and bodiless. I don't know. Yeah. Write that down and see what happens. Alright, I wish I had a map there, because... And this place is, oh boy. So that's the path forward, pretty sure. So let's just explore, I guess. Let's go for it. Oh man, more Miranda flowers. Hate those. Hello, wolves. Give me your bones. I need to craft more knives. Beautiful. Oh, what a nice view of the manor. Look at that. That's really cool. The sense of scale in this game is just incredible. Speaking of manor, there's another one we need to make our way back to. We're escaping it. That's an exciting prospect. Bug over there. Sir Flux, welcome in. How are you doing today? Okay, let's explore this, and then on the way back, the lake, kinda. Oh, hold on. Feels like a place where there would be a dungeon all the way over there. I don't know why. Let's see if that proves true. I'm excited to explore a new area, but I'm also overwhelmed, as always, because there's just so much space. I barely know where to go. Yeah, how are you today, Goal? No, please, come on. Oh, God. There you go. Oh, shit, what was that? Sacred Order. Skill of the Golden Order Fundamentalist. Perform a salute and grant the armament Holy Essence. Highly effective against those who live in death. Okay. Oh. Is that an NPC? I'm too far to try the target thing. I mean, it does look like some enemies we fought before, but the way it's just sitting there, I don't know. What's up, Jode? How are you doing? You need a food source and water to run a proper dungeon. That sentence alone makes me want to play a Dungeon Keeper style game. Are there modern, like good modern Dungeon Keeper style games? I would love to play one. God, I hate those things. So annoying. Oh, enemy, okay. Oh. It's a perfumer or whatever, yeah. Mikola's lilies. There's dungeons 2 to 4. But it depends on your definition of good. I like them, but they're an acquired taste. Doesn't have much variety. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe the play is just to literally play Dungeon Keeper. Is there a remaster of Dungeon Keeper or something? I don't know if they released anything over the years. Maybe that's the play. Just play the original. It was so fucking good. It's kind of surprising that they never made, you know, like a good, really well-designed modern version of that concept. I mean, I know it's not that easy. Just, oh, make a good game. Not what I'm saying, but... Exceedingly rare to find, and I have 43. Yeah, I mean, it's like... Where's the fucking Arteria leaf? 44. And I've spent them. Mobile version of Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper's on GOG. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like Dungeon Keeper is such an interesting like concept for a game. Maybe it's hard to just, you know, make it better or make it different. I don't know. Maybe you know, every time people tried it just felt like basically copying Dungeon Keeper. Okay, so there's a dungeon here, a catacomb to be specific, and you need a stone sword key to enter. So it probably is interesting and rewarding. So we'll do that. War for the Overworld is probably the closest you'll get. Very positive on Steam. Okay. 2015, yeah, I mean that's reasonably decent, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so we'll those ruins we'll check when we come back up. I think first let's be really methodical here because we don't have a map, so I really have to explore in a structured way. Otherwise, I'm gonna miss things. Torrent is basically a double jump for me, that's it. I summon him for the double jump and then I dismiss him immediately. That's the only purpose he serves. And I'm very okay with that. Some would call 10-year-old games ancient. And I get that. Listen, back in 95, when you were playing like, you know, the first PlayStation games, like, I don't know, Tekken or Ridge Racer or whatever. A 95 game, 1985 game, sorry, 85 game. You would call that an old retro game, probably at the time, right? But nowadays, you look at Witcher 3 and it doesn't feel like a retro game, right? It's weird how time seems to stretch a little bit, but I guess it's also a perspective of getting older. Younger people probably feel differently. Pre-PS3 is a good benchmark for what retro is now, which again, for me, it sounds all right, even though like PS2 games, some of them I'm like, is that is Shadow of the Colossus a retro game now? That kind of blows my mind, but I get it, right? I understand it. Now, that being said, a 20-year-old game, again, Shadow of the Colossus, for instance, in the 90s, I would definitely have considered that super retro, right? Even in the 2000s, you would have told me like in 2005 when I was playing, well, Shadow of the Colossus, and you were talking to me about like the original Zelda. I was like, oh yeah, those are some good retro games, right? That felt more, to me, the perspective, it feels more meaningful than now thinking back to like PlayStation 2 games being retro. But I understand, again, it's for sure a side effect of getting older. A young 15-year-old today playing like a modern, you Call of Duty 6 video game probably looks back at, like a 2010 shooter and thinks it's a retro game. It's just a side effect of getting older. Perspective changes, right? Oh, 2 keys for this one. Okay, well, I will definitely get in there. We have plenty of these. Hey, catacomb. It's been a while. It's been a little while since we explored the catacomb, I think. Pretty sure the last one was this one over here, right? Yeah, that was a while ago. The Unsightly Catacombs. An interesting name. Unsightly. What's up, Clay? How are you doing? I played football with my 7-year-old nephew 3 weeks ago. I'm still putting ice on my knee every evening. Oh no. Oh my god. They've all been kind of unsightly to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're not... There's not a lot of differences between those catacombs. They kind of all look the same. Yeah, I'm hearing things. I don't know what it is, but... Mega Drive to PlayStation still feels like the biggest jump in gaming I've experienced. I think there is definitely an argument that the going from 2D to 3D felt like a massive jump, right? I think maybe, I don't know if it's just a bias because that was my experience and because, you know, again, I was younger and all that, but it feels like a more massive jump than any like 3D tech to other 3D tech, right? But obviously, you know, you look at something like the first like 3D games, and again, we had that experience when we played the David Cage games, right? You go from Fahrenheit to Heavy Rain. That's just in the span of 4 years. Incredible progress, right? Like it literally goes from like basic 3D, early 3D video games to something that kind of looks human, right? But at the same time, it doesn't feel as groundbreaking as going from 2D sprites and like, you know, flat games to like proper 3D models and all that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it feels for people who were older at the time. I don't know how it, like, for people who experienced going from Pong to like Super Mario, for instance, and that saw that kind of progress before and were like, oh, it's just another, you know, another game. Or how it, on the other hand, how it feels for young people who've been exposed to modern video games and they look back and they're like, that was a 93 video game, 2D and everything, and now that's a 3D game, like going from like, say, Donkey Kong Country to Crash Bandicoot, right? I wonder how they feel about that, if that even means something to them, the 2D to 3D stuff, especially when nowadays in modern gaming you got so many old school 2D games that are being created new, right? 2D games have become another trend, and many of them come out now. So maybe for younger gamers, they just see different variety of games, and it's not attached to like an evolution of technology for them, right? So maybe they would look back at you know, Super Nintendo games and then PlayStation games, and to them it's just different styles of games. I don't know. It would be interesting to have a conversation with, you know, like a teenager about that. Big jumps in animations in the last few years. Yeah, that's true. Also, particle effects, I think, is a huge thing that this new generation of consoles and by extension PC games have progressed on. Like, particle effects have become insane since the PS5 generation released, right? Like, Returnal particle effects are mind-blowing. Like when you see them for the first time. It was one of the first games that was working so hard on those particle effects, it feels like, to me at least. Sure, Asterisk, yeah. The fluidity and movement has improved a lot. Ergonomics is very important, you know. Yeah, Rico, it's I wonder about that, right? Like, for especially a lot of them are exposed to mobile games as well, which most of them are 2D, right? I think they would have a different perspective. For them, 2D versus 3D is probably just an artistic choice rather than like a tech aspect, right? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Philonor, I don't know. It's always hard for me to separate what is like an objective technological change or jump or whatever, and what is just my perception and experience of it because of the period of time that I lived through, right? Are those misbegotten? I think they are. Arcades were better graphically than consoles and computer. Wasn't until the PSX. Well, it's interesting because I remembered the same thing, right? Being like, oh, the PlayStation is when, you know, like you could have like legit arcade games at home, or the Neo Geo. And then I actually looked at footage of it. Man, those arcade ports of like on PSX looked crap compared to the arcade version, like actual garbage. The Tekken 3, like the Tekken PS1 version of Tekken 3, does not look like the arcade version. The difference is striking. And then you have the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast was the real fucking jump because of Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur looks better on Dreamcast than it does in arcades. That was the point where suddenly consoles were doing better than arcades. The Dreamcast was the real jump. Yeah. That was the damn break moment of like, holy shit. You know, consoles are really, you know, the new norm now for like, technology and all that. Again, like, speaking about arcade games and all that, PC was kind of doing its own thing at the time, I feel. You know, very advanced, like, simulators, had really good graphics and all that, but... Yo, Dax, thank you for 28 months. Prime subscription, 31 total. 28 months later, truly a horror story. Haha. Well, 31 total, so thank you, Captain Dax. You will be remembered. Hope you're doing well. I'm looking forward to our next excursion on the seas. I've been kind of all over the place lately with my sleep and all that. I very much wanna explore the seas again and have a yap session one of these days. Those are always very fun. And hopefully this time I don't get actually seasick. Yeah, Sea of Thieves. I played Sea of Thieves for the first time with Captain Dax like a couple of weeks ago. I actually got seasick. I changed my FOV after a while. Maybe that will help, but yeah, I don't know what was going on there. That's true, Colette. Yeah, the Dreamcast kind of got, the short end of the stick, but what a revolutionary machine when it comes to like the tech and everything. It really deserved better. Oh shit! Having a crosshair you can focus on also help with motion sickness. I don't remember if Sea of Thieves has one. I would hate to sacrifice the immersion though, but maybe like a small dot in the middle could help, yeah. I'll look into it. The random memory card minigames was a weird design choice for the Dreamcast. Yeah, I don't remember those too much. Honestly, for me, the Dreamcast was basically a Soul Calibur machine. I did play like Shenmue, the Sonic game, a few other games that I played, you know, here and there. What else did I play on Dreamcast? Yeah, it was mostly a Shenmue machine for Soul Calibur machine for me. So I didn't have much experience with those like mini games. No secret wall. No, okay. Nowhere to go but down. Okay, what is this? Oh, okay. Here's the statue we're trying to find. And then there's stuff at the very bottom. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, we can't make the full jump, but I think... Yep, okay. So this is a thing we'll be able to land on later. But let's be careful there. Let's be a little bit methodical. Oh boy. Gravity puzzles, my favorite. Railings missing again. Well, yeah, the dead don't have to worry about falling to their death. So. You know what I wish was an item? I hate myself for even thinking about it. A lantern that you can equip on you, like this one, but one that shows illusory walls. Like if you're close to an illusory wall, it sort of like either reveals it or it makes a sound, you know, or something. Which I am ashamed of wanting something that just basically removes the, you know, the mystery of it, but I think it would be a fun reward if you like find it after exploring a whole lot or whatever. You know, maybe it's a reward that you can find behind a secret wall. Okay? How about that? No, I'm sure I would complain about it. If it was in the game, I would 100% complain about it, which is the funny thing. Oh! That was a mistake. What's up, OG? Kazan has that? Well, see, now I can't ever play Kazan because the experience is spoiled for me. Unfortunate. I had no plans of playing it anyway. Which is more important, collecting the secrets systematically versus spending hours poking at walls for naught? I don't know, Philinor. Here's the thing. The poking at walls, of course, is a bit, you know, it's a lot of work for very little reward. But whenever you get rewarded, it feels really good. The medallion would remove that feeling. It would make it more convenient, but at the same time, I feel like it would just remove all the fun part about trying to find them. Right? I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like you know, it's what I say for a lot of things. You gain something, but you lose something in the process. I feel the same about a lot of things. You gain something, but you lose something. Stakes of America, right? Love the Stakes of America. I love being able to just restart the boss fight right away, just in front of the fuck gate. At the same time, there's a part of me that still misses the long, you know, run backs to the bosses where you have to be careful and you have to earn your next attempt at the boss. And then when you finally beat the boss, it's like, it's this huge fucking deal. Because you not only beat the boss, but you also save yourself the you know, the horrors of having to go through that area again. But obviously, you know, I'm very happy when there's a stake there. It feels very good. You know? So, yeah, I don't know. There's always like two parts of me where I feel the frustration. It makes me feel negative things. But it plays positively into the feeling of being rewarded once you accomplish something. And I hate losing that. Even though I appreciate the positives of, you know, convenience. It's really one of those like duality type thing, right? There's not just one answer. Oh boy, what the fuck is that? This is really weird. Would be cool if you could toggle that as a mode. Hell no! I would spend so much time not knowing what to do with it. It would be worse than any option. Giving me the choice in this case, for me personally, of course. Giving me the choice would be the worst possible option. So I need the game creators to, you know, have a vision and then experience it. Don't give me too much choice. This is terrible. I am not someone who does well with too much choice. Okay, bus room is there. I feel like we're gonna have to backtrack for this one. Because obviously there's a few spots we haven't been able to explore yet. Hey, facehugger, how are you doing? I feel like, yeah, we're gonna have to fall on that little platform, or in the sewage area there. Choosing between 3 things is really popular in game nowadays. Is it? I feel like this is a reference to something I'm not sure I'm getting. So this is the boss. Holy fucking shit! That was scary. Good trap. NL's community, plays a lot of roguelikes. Yeah, I don't get to watch NL very often, but I like his content. He's a cool guy. Okay, so clearly this is one option, right? But there's another passage. Okay, hold on. Interesting, interesting level design on this one. How do I get there? How do I fall on this? Okay, no. The best way to do it is going to be jumping forward from here, because then you just hit the wall and that's it. Yeah, there's no, like, you know, no hesitation. Was that where I just was? Oh, I think it was, actually. Hold on. I thought this was gonna be to land on this, but no, it doesn't seem. And I can't make that jump, clearly. So this is just basically a shortcut. Yeah, okay. This is just a shortcut to get to the end of the dungeon really fast, I guess. How do I... I'm lost. Hold on. That's where I want to go. I feel like this is going to be hell. There's a lot of, like, those bodies on the ground. Let's see. Let's see if we can wake a few up. Okay. Well. This feels like a Bloodborne type situation. The Rice. Not sure how I'm supposed to pronounce your name. I'm gonna call you Rice. Unless you correct me. Kill this one. Oh shit. No! That made a lot of sense. The fact that none of these walls is gonna be an illusory wall makes me so mad. At least one, come on. Unrewarding video games. Hate it. Well, at least we found the lever. Great. It is really I'm really fascinated by the catacombs designs in this game. The sort of almost puzzle-like nature of those dungeons, right? It's always a little bit of a puzzle to find the lever and pull it, and it's, you know, some of them more complicated than others, but I think it's kind of cool. I like it. A spirit with the aspect of wings which takes flight to lose arrows from its bow. The misbegotten are held to be a punishment for making contact with the crucible, and from birth they are treated as slaves or worse. That's interesting. They've been killing orcs, loving the Dawn of War remaster. Hell yeah. I haven't played it, but I really like Dawn of War, so it's good that they've made a good remaster of it. A lot of people didn't like these, but these are one of my favorite areas. Yeah, I think there's a point to them being repetitive. I think that's true. But I don't know, I like a good puzzle. I like a little bit of a puzzle, you know? I think I need to see how they, you know, they sort of iterate on that idea and how much more complex or interesting they can make them. But so far they felt like, I don't know, I really like the idea of a dungeon where you have a bit of a, you know, a physical puzzle to go around and a bit of a labyrinth, you know, type aspect to them that I enjoy. What's up, Kuma? How are you doing today? Yeah, I mean, no, I like consumables. They're fun. Especially like when you're exploring and using them a little bit. Make your life easier. It's fun. So I like this idea of the misbegotten, their sort of nature being punishment for making contact with the crucible. That's really cool. I need, what's up, Fox? I need to add a note about faction. Misbegotten. Thought to be the result of a punishment for making contact with the crucible. From birth, they are treated as slaves or worse. Really interesting. Love that. So, did I say hi, Fox? Anyway, hi. Yeah, Felinor. I don't know, maybe. Love Ocarina of Time. Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a voice that says apologies. Wishful fetish that imparts voices and words on an eternal journey.
Apologies.
I'm sorry. Alright. Let's see what kind of boss we can find in here. But before that, I want to open my window real quick. It is window time. It's very warm in here, so I'm gonna, get some fresh air in. I'll be back in 30 seconds, no more, no less. Thank you for your patience. Thank you everyone for being here. I hope you're having a good time so far. Plenty more to go tonight. I'll be right back after window time. All right, thank you for your patience. Yeah, same, Cassie. Yeah, last night was the first night where the room came down to a nice temperature for me to just hang out and play video games after stream. It's only getting colder as the week progresses, so I'm very happy. It's gonna be a nice weekend. Covered in blood. But yeah, I've been really excited about the idea of doing, like I said, like private Discord streams. I just haven't found like the proper timing to do so. But yeah, maybe tonight. I mean, any day now can be the day. If it happens, it's gonna be after Naz's stream. Maybe even like a little bit after, like an hour or two after Naz's stream. So it's like in the morning for a lot of Europeans. Maybe some of you can catch me, or later for US. I mean, it's kind of weird because it's a spot where most of nobody can watch me, I guess. But maybe on weekends I can do them at a more normal time, like evening here, like the normal streams. But yeah, I'm excited to do some of that. I think it can be fun to hang out and I just grind whatever online game I'm playing while we're watching some TV show or some shit on the side. Can be fun for a Discord hangout for subscribers. Yeah, we'll see. What's up, Hello? What's your level? 108. My memory is correct. Yes. 108. Was at the stomatologist today. Regular cleaning sounds strange, but I like the procedure. Okay. I'm glad you had a good day, Fox. I mean, it's weird. Like me, I love going to the dental hygienist, right? I love getting my teeth. Don't ask me why. I think it's really awesome. You know how some people love going to the hairdresser and getting their hair taken care of and all that? I feel the same about the dental hygienist. I hate getting a haircut. It doesn't do anything for me. I love my hairdresser. She's a friend. We've known each other for like 15 years at this point. So we always have a good chat and everything. But I don't particularly like the feeling of getting like a haircut. But the dental hygienist, I don't know. I like it. It makes me feel good. No, not the dentist. I'm not saying like I don't want to get a root canal for fun. I'm really talking about hygienist, right? Like just cleaning. That's it. Yeah, Kuma. I can't imagine just living on a Discord. I see that in a lot of communities. Like, there's a few communities that I know where they always hang out on Discord. Like, around streamers, you know? Person streams like once a fucking week, but every day fucking Discord stuff is happening. I don't understand that. It just doesn't speak to me. But like the occasional Discord, you know, they'll hang out for subs or whatever and just doing something a little different. I can see that being fun. It's a way for me to share my gaming that I would not do on my main channel, right? Which is also a cool thing. I like that option. Yes. It's gonna be 32 degrees for this weekend. 37, just an hour inland. Ugh. Yeah, that's way too much. Three more days until Berlin. Are you going on a trip? You may have mentioned it before, but I may have forgotten. Alright, let's see what kind of boss we're about to just murder in there. Yeah, I mean, I like Discord for my private messaging. That's what I use it mostly for. Yeah. Misbegotten Warrior and Perfumer Trisha. Why are the Misbegotten Warriors always involved in those double fights? What's happening with that? Maybe they're mercenaries? Oh, hold on. I just thought about something. Okay, remind me, chat, remind me to talk about the Misbegotten Warrior and Crucible Knight after we're done with this. I just had a thought. Okay, the Perfumer's making him invincible. Also, those spells are whack. Holy crap. Alright, you and me now. Nice shield. Oh! Ha ha! Love it. Oh! That was fucking incredible. Holy shit. Holy shit. Shield bash to break her guard. One fucking shot. That was fucking amazing. Perfumer Trisha. Yeah, so before I read that, remember the theory I had about the Misbegotten Crucible Knight? I remember mentioning that the Crucible Knights had like wings of gold flashing behind them, or tails of gold. And then the Misbegotten Warriors had like vestigial wings and vestigial tails and all that, right? And we said, you know, we were wondering maybe, you know, there's a link there between those aspects, like the Crucible and those things, like vestigial appendices seem to be like an important part of the Crucible thing. And now we learned that Misbegotten thought to be a result of punishment for making contact with the Crucible. So there is a link there. I wasn't wrong. I was actually onto something, apparently. Interesting. I don't know how it all comes together yet, but, you know. I'm going to take a note about that. I theorized that the vestigial wings and tails of the misbegotten may be linked to the magical golden wings and tails of the Crucible Knight. Turns out, with the confirmation of misbegotten being associated, at least in folklore, with the Crucible, there may be more to that theory than I thought. I mean, those could, you know, those could be the reasons. It could go both ways, right? Those could be the reasons why people thought the misbegotten were being punished for making contact with the Crucible. It could be a result of that. They noticed those like vestigial parts that, you know, resembled like the Crucible Knights or something, that, you know, and they were like, oh, there has to be a link there. But clearly those disgusting creatures can't be, you know, like a good thing. Or maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe there's actually something there. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. I'm sure we'll find out more about that in the future. Interesting to keep in mind. Actually, not just in the theory, but I want to add a note here. Link to the Crucible Knights tail, wings, moveset. We even talked about the moveset, right? See theories for more. There we go. Alright, time to go back up. Unless, no. Oh! Love more root resin. Always gotta grab the... Oh, I need to read Trisha's description. Trisha was once known as a healer, dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was their companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origin of the deathbed companions. I know about that. Hold on. I literally just read something about that in my notes a second ago when I was... Come on, game. Hey, thank you. Misbegotten. I already had it. Mysterious healer served by a traveling perfumer of no renown. Travelers said to be hoping to treat misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. Hold on, the Travelers said. Let me look at it again. Oh man, I love when notes sort of come back together like that. Do I not have it? Did I... Travelers said, was it at a merchant maybe? And I didn't buy it? No, this one. Head of a traveling perfumer of no renown, an associate of a healer, said to be in search of new aromatics in flower garden in hopes of treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. So the traveler's hat we found was one of an associate of Trisha, maybe her apprentice or you know, someone who worked with her. Interesting. This is really cool, how it all just comes together. I wish I remembered where I found the Traveler's Hat. I should have taken a note of that, but Hmm. All right, well, we know more about this now. Let's take a few notes, shall we? Perfumer Trisha. We later fought Perfumer Trisha in the unsightly catacombs, and figured out she most likely was that mysterious healer we heard of. Her efforts to treat Misbegotten and Omen failed, so she remained at their side as they died, so they could pass peacefully. Basically, she was drugging them to alleviate their pain. Similar to Deathbed Companion. This is a really cool story. It also makes me very sad that I killed her. I feel guilty now. She seems to be a great person. And that explains why she had a misbegotten warrior with her, right? She was probably helping him. He was probably about to die. He was probably close to death. Trisha was a good person, and I just murdered her. It is what it is. Level up 46, 46, 46 across the board. Beautiful. Love to see it. We're close to 50, 50, 50. Which again, it's going to be interesting to see if that's the soft cap. Basically, every round number right now, I'm expecting it to be the soft cap, but we'll see. What's up, Kimi? Oh, it's interesting that I didn't think about that. There's more perfumers up here. The perfumers' ruins. Well, okay. Are all these people like serving Trisha? Was it a whole, you know, setup that they had to try and treat those people? And then they had the catacombs nearby to bury them when they passed? Would be an interesting theory. I don't hate it. Budding cave moss. I have 58 budding cave moss? I literally do not remember picking them up. I was looking to see if that was a new item. Oh, jeez! Holy fuck! What the fuck are you? Okay, hold on. Okay. those enemies hurt. Good to know. You don't want to get caught by those spells, that's for sure. Alright, let's see. Let's be... Oh, perfumers sarong. In times past, the role of perfumer was much respected, a blessed apothecary in the eyes of the many. But after entering the battlefields of the Shattering, they performed no such role, trading their aromatics for poisons and explosives. I kind of feel like we've already... hold on, let me check my notes real quick. I feel like we already knew that. Perfumers, faction, healers, once jealously guarded, drafted during the Shattering, now used for aggression. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we already had that sort of implied in our different items we found. I don't have to add to this, I think it's just paraphrasing the same idea. Some redundancy in the lore is good, you know, not everyone's gonna find every item, so some redundancy is useful. This is really nice. Look at that. It's a whole little like shop setup where they can like brew their, you know, explosives or medicine or whatever. It's a whole little thing. Love that for them. I'm so dead, yeah. Oh my god. I was locked into this. Completely jailed. Couldn't move after the first hit. So much stagger. Holy crap. This guy is similar to the one we fought in the Albinorix village in Liurnia, if you remember, under the cliffs there. We fought a guy like this one, which I remember I described as being kind of like Capra Demon. Sort of similar aesthetic moveset. I still stand by that comparison. There we go. There's a chest. Is that a chest? That's a chest. Cool. Love chests. Love a good chest. Let's try to do better this time. Dude! Okay. I cannot block this. If I block, that's it. I'm literally stuck in the blocking animation, and then the second attack breaks my guard, and the third kills me. I cannot block this. There might be a little gap between the first and the second block where I can roll, but I was spamming, so if there is, it didn't work for me. crazy. Yeah, simply don't find yourself in the corner. That easy. It's really interesting how many sort of similarities there can be between fighting games and Souls games in their combat. So many principles apply just the same. They're implemented a little bit differently, but you know. Okay. What? Is he burning? Holy fuck. Okay, this one didn't break my guard, so I was able to dodge. There we go. Omen Killer robe, long gloves, and boots. Okay. Okay, it's interesting that, you know, we know about Trisha who tried to help the Omen. But now this one's an Omen Killer. Doesn't feel like they were working, you know, towards the same goals. Ah, Miranda Flower. Hate it. I'm gonna read that description in a second. These environments are so great. Like, this place looks really cool. Cozy little spot, you know. Perfume bottle. Please don't be a trap. Look. Okay. Spark aromatic, uplifting aromatic. Contains martial techniques beyond the repertoire of an ordinary physician. Stiff leather boots worn by the Omen Killer. Stiff leather gloves worn by the Omen Killer. Robe worn by the Omen Killers. Butchers of twisted conscience. Its thick apron is worn in remembrance of Rollo, the progenitor of the Omen Killers and a perfumer of antiquity. Rollo. Okay, I've never heard of Rollo. Omen Killer. A hunter of cursed people. Yeah. That seems to check out. Okay, we need to add the factions. Omen Killers. Butchers of Twisted Conscience. Created by Rollo, a perfumer of antiquity. Why was one of them hanging out with the perfumers near Trisha's catacombs? Considering Trisha seemed trying to help the Omen, not kill them. I don't know. Could be unlinked, but I think it's curious. All right, and I need to take a note about Rollo. Perfumer of antiquity. With enough renowned to have equipment crafted in remembrance of him. Apparently created the Killers, or was their precursor, like the first one who did what eventually the Omen Killers became. Not sure about his story other than that. Link to Trisha. All right. Let's keep investigating. I'm sorry. I keep breaking tables. Man, the music in the plateau is really good. Oh yeah. Another bottle. Nice. Love that. Nascent butterfly. Oh, there's a cave. Nice. Basement. There is a little basement here. I'm sure will contain a chest of some kind. Look around quickly first. I wonder what that sort of gold, those golden streaks in the rock is. Like, I wonder if it's like actual gold, maybe. It's just a weird type of fungus or something, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, the golden theme definitely permeates the whole area, so I don't know. What's up, Tixar? Yeah, we took the elevator yesterday, actually, and we went through the tunnels today. Well, I mean, we finished the tunnels today. We went through them yesterday. Perfumer's Talisman. There are gardens known only to the perfumers, whether hidden on the fringes of the highlands or obscured by shadows inside caves. The flowers blossom in secret, waiting to impart their scent. There are gardens only known to the perfumers, hidden on the fringes of the highlands or obscured by shadows inside caves. The flowers blossom in secret, waiting to impart their scent. Interesting. I don't know if this description is meant to be literal or like symbolic, but I like it either way. Yeah, the idea of like secret caves where they cultivate their plants, or maybe, you know, a secret sort of underground society where they hide or something. Wait, wasn't there an enemy there? Oh, I thought that was one of the enemies. It looked like one. Yeah, lots of perfumer lore today. Let me, I want to take another note. on the perfumers. Talisman. Talk of secret gardens where the flowers bloom in secret, waiting to spread their scent. Not sure if literal or symbolic, but I'm curious. Remind you of Celtic druids? Yeah, they're sort of kind of same idea, right? It's definitely similar concept with how they you know, seem to be living in nature, using nature for whatever use they need. Yeah. Oh boy, I'm looking forward to killing however many... Whoa, what are you doing here? What the fuck? This is one of the guys that looks like the Gostock. Gostock was his name? In Stormvale, right? What is he doing here? Prisoner. I don't know. Makes vegetation look dry. I don't know. I mean, the whole place. I get the idea of like the golden sort of theme. It also looks very like autumn, right? Like the fall, sort of. Yeah, autumnal. That's the word I was looking for. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Which I think is a cool color scheme. It's just. I know what you mean about it looking dry, though, but... Oh boy, well, there we go. Time to start grinding those Miranda flowers. Ooh, fuck, what is that? Hold on. We got a bug emergency. IRL aggro, I know. Yeah, I'm a flag now. I'll be right back. Alright, threat eliminated. It was a moth of some kind. The hunt was... Yeah, great enemy felled. How are you, Nogur? I hate moth. Yeah, they're a bit annoying. It's a small one though, but I don't know. It's a weird variety that I haven't seen before this year, actually. But that's the, you know, that I've seen several of them lately. Mrs. Face deals with them because you're afraid of them, or just because she cares more? What's the situation there? I'm not shaming. I hate random insects just showing up and dude, the low amount of time you have to stun them is the worst thing about those fucking Miranda flowers. If at least you had enough time to stun them properly. But no. If you're not straight in front of them when you stun them, you're never getting there. Never. I'd rather fight 4 wasps than a moth? Okay, I do not agree with you there. Moths are annoying but inoffensive, right? Wasps can hurt like a motherfucker depending on you know, how they get you. Sociopath take. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but... Oh, come on, dude. What's up, White Wolf? How are you doing today? Forgive my sigh when I welcome you, but I just... I hate fighting those flowers. They're so annoying. And I haven't gotten a single worthwhile reward for fighting them. So I don't know why I'm doing it. It's just everything needs to fucking die. It's just a matter of principle. Let me start here. How's today's adventure? It's fine. It's fine. I'm having a bit of a day, so I'm just out here grinding. It's another one of those days where, you know, I'm here out of principle, not out of desire. If it was completely up to me, I would probably be in my bed watching some TV show right now. Anyone here played Cultist Simulator? I have not, no. It's good to do stuff. Yeah, I mean, it depends for me. Like, some, you know, when my mental health is a bit... Come on, this is so annoying because I'm wasting my fucking consumable there. When my mental health's down the drain, I need to just be by myself. Being social is really difficult for me, even just on Twitch. actually, you know, yeah, it's one of those situations where like working, streaming is actually like negative for how I feel. But, you know, it is what it is. The bills aren't gonna pay themselves at the end of the day. You don't wanna. I've already taken so many days off last week. You don't wanna completely lose all momentum you have. I just don't like phoning it in, and today it feels like the day where I'm just phoning it in. So I don't know. Still, you know, I'm still enjoying the video game, and it's fun to like find some new lore and all that, but. Okay, this is weird. This looks like an alien type situation. Why are they like that? Specifically in that circle. That is so weird. Okay, I can't see shit. Hold on. Much better. Is there really nothing? No reward for, like, what was even the point of that specific thing? It looked like it was marking a spot, you know? Oh yeah, I mean, doing stuff is fine. That's the thing, right? I need to do stuff, you know, when I'm feeling bad. I mean, sometimes, you know, just staying in bed and watching a TV show is enough. It's keeping me sane. But then, you know, like I'll do something like clean the house or work on something, you know, by myself or whatever. That's good, right? The issue with the streaming thing is the social aspect of it, right? That's the draining part, being on camera, having to entertain, right? When the only thing you want to do is just throw the ball and, you know, that's the sort of the challenge. But you know how Twitch is. If you don't show up for too many days in a row, nobody cares anymore. So you have to be careful with that. What's up, Aqualic? How are you doing today? Yeah. I literally just realized I was dying. I didn't pay attention to it because I was under the benefits of like regen. So basically poison didn't do anything, and then regen stopped, and I didn't notice that I didn't... I thought I cleaned my poison earlier, but clearly I did not. Cultivated viewership that comes here for you. Twitch is a fickle mistress. Well, that's the thing. Like, some people, yeah. There's a portion of the viewership where I can be playing whatever I'm playing, and I'm sure people will show up. At least, you know, at least as a lurk in a hidden tab somewhere on their desktop, right? As most people already do. Based on, you know, the difference between viewership and chat interactions. But there's also a lot of tourists, what we call tourists, which are people that are watching right now because I'm playing Elden Ring. these people will be gone as soon as I play something else, right? And that's an interesting factor too, because it's up to me to sort of make it that they are willing to come back to watch me play something else, right? And the more people I can convince, the better like the core community grows over each game, right? But even then, like even with that, like if I don't stream for a couple weeks, like even just not streaming for a few days last week, I can feel the hit on the like the metrics and all that. It is immediate. It doesn't give you 3 days of leeway. Like it is absolutely immediate. So, you know. But never taking breaks is, I don't think, a viable prospect either, because eventually if you completely burn out and you're not streaming, that's not good for your channel. You know, either, so have to do what you have to do, you know. Dun, dun, dun. I went over the Twitch tab to tell you how much I feel cold out right now. Good. No, I'm not calling out anyone. Listen, that's how I consume Twitch as well. A lot of times I don't really pay attention to the stream I have open on the side, you know, because I'm playing a game or I'm working or I'm doing something, right? And I just listen to the background sound, or sometimes I don't even listen. I just have like literally just something moving to the side to keep me company, you know? So I totally appreciate that I am that stream for a lot of people as well. I'm not criticizing that. It's just a fact of how people consume Twitch. I'm okay with that. My point is always the same. It is that as the streamer, it is more difficult to stream when there's no chat activity, because, you know, you're basically just playing a video game. And that's not the reason why I enjoy Twitch. Now, obviously, like I've said in the past, that's always linked to how I feel. I can tell, right? Like if I'm having a weird / bad day, chat interaction's always lower because I'm in a bit of a mood, which, you know, I'm not really good at coming up with conversations or maintaining conversations and all that. So basically, chat slowly dies, right, over the course of this. So that's not on the people watching. That's on me for just not being entertaining on that particular day, right? But again, it's part of the complexity of the work. Yeah, Kuma, nice. Of course, Asterisk. Absolutely. Being like a 0 to 5 viewer streamer is very difficult because you have to pretend people are watching, because by the time you realize someone is watching, they might already be gone, right? So you have to act as if someone's watching at all times. Okay, this has to be a secret wall then, because there's no other path. There we go. Funny. Yeah, Angthar? Me neither. Those who live in dead right here, huh? Well, that's interesting. Okay, I so much didn't expect that to be a hidden wall that I hit it and immediately went into my menu. And then I was like, hold on, what's that sound that I'm hearing? Oh, that's so funny. Because I figured that would be the way down. Oh, okay, no, you can't, I don't think you actually, well, can I make that jump? I can make that jump. Maybe I'm gonna have to make that jump, I don't know. Okay, that was so funny though. Oh yeah, I mean that's not. I don't know about this one. Let's see. Rejuvenating boluses. What are those again? Death. Oh, right. It's gonna be a death themed dungeon. Clearly, I mean we've seen a skeleton already, so. Okay, that's a secret wall. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, how many of them? Holy fuck. This place is a whole thing. I need to start double killing them, otherwise I'm gonna get overwhelmed. Welcome to the bone zone. No. Oh shit. Okay. Whew. Holy weapons would help here. Can I craft holy grease or something? No. That'd be really helpful. That would be really helpful. Oh my god, what the fuck? How many chests are there? Wait, did I open the chests up here? What did they contain? Oh yeah, the bolus and ash of war. Yeah. So many chests? Pickled foot. Black hood. I like that. Candle tree wooden shield. And a nascent butterfly. Yo, what's up, Tonic? When the wall stabbing finally pays off, I know. Medium-sized wooden shield, light for its size, easy to handle. But to represent a surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin. The lit candle tree design was forbidden. A hood of lusterless black fabric that conceals its wearer identity. In this world where there is very little that must necessarily be known. In this world, there is very little that must necessarily be known. I feel the same about real life, honestly. What does it look like? Oh, I was hoping it was just a hood. The fact that it hides my face, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's kind of okay, I guess. Hold on. Yeah, it's not bad. Maybe not with that particular cape, I guess. It's kind of dark compared to the rest of the equipment. What's up, Reaper? I like that one better. We'll see, we'll see. This place is so bright now in here. I created a sun. I wonder... Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have an idea. How much of these can I create? How many of these do I have? Oh, shit. I need more of these. Yeah, okay, hold on. How many do I have now? I can only hold like... Okay, 43. Okay, that's enough. Okay, hold on. Holy fuck. Are they disappearing the more I add? There's a limit to them. That is so... I was trying to really make it so bright that the entire thing would be like blindingly white. Why can't video games just be fun? I want to create a bunch of holy water pots and use that against those nerds. I feel like that's gonna kill them and prevent their yep, instant death. Okay, that's really cool. Ah! Did we fill a room with Nerf bullets in a game a while back? Pray, yes. Sir? Hello, ma'am? That is totally a fake wall. Yep. Nice. Stone sword key, hell yeah. Did you play the Prey DLC? I don't know. I don't think so. Is it separate from the main game? Okay, I didn't play it then. Or are you saying no, it's not separate? I assumed you said no, I didn't play it. It's sort of a roguelike mode. Oh, I think I remember a conversation about that. Yeah, no, I wasn't interested. Golden Great Arrow. Carved great arrows made together with the Erdtree great bow deals holy damage, imbued with an oath sworn incantation, which boosts the attack and defense of the archer and their nearby allies. Really cool. Love the design. Different game mode, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I was too interested. I'm gonna come back and open, but am I missing another path here? It's cool if you want more prey. Has its own mystery to figure out. Okay. Bunch of Dragon Moon grease. Raptor Talent. Is Prey recommended? I think it's a great game, yeah. I had a lot of fun playing it. I think it has a lot of weaknesses for me. Gameplay-wise, at least. Like, some of the design decisions are a bit weird. But overall, especially like the first half of it, amazing experience. Yeah. Claw comprised of two sharp, thin blades, wielded by the assassins of Ravenmount. This weapon allows them to imitate the attacks of death birds. Besides excelling at airborne attacks, its charge attack mimics the vicious swoop of a bird of prey. Does that look like in use? Let's see. I'm assuming a fist weapon. No. That's a cool moveset. Love it. Paw! Hold up! Okay, that's sick. An attack with a step back. Love that. Very cool. And there we are. Okay. And that's the way forward. Secret wall? Of course it is. Secret wall? And boss fight. Okay, nice. Love it. It's another one of those places, yeah. Like, there's no secret walls in the entire game. And then suddenly you get a dungeon here and there that only has them. It's like every wall you need to progress is a secret wall. The skeletal mask that tightly grips the face, worn by the assassins of Ravenmount. This ritual implement relentlessly digs into the wearer's face, preserving one's human instincts while dressed in imitation of the death birds. Robe crafted with the black feathers of a bird of prey, worn by the assassins of Ravenmount. The ritual implement for transforming into a death bird, if only by imitation. Strengthens a jump attack. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. That is so cool. Okay, hold on. We gotta look at the fashion there a little bit. Okay, kind of a little bit weak on the shoulders, but... Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted. A little bit weak on the shoulders, but I can appreciate the overall aesthetic with the bones and all that. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And the mask. I'm excited about the mask. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Looks like I have a face hugger impregnating me or something. Okay. Two boss fights? Question mark? Or maybe that's the same room but different access? Because it seems to lead, you know, somewhat in the same direction. Let's see. Necromancer Garrus. Oh shit! What? Okay, I thought it was gonna be a giant skeleton coming out of the ground. It's a skeleton snake. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Holy shit, give me a sec. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, Garrus does not fuck around. I'm dead. Necromancer Garrus. Do I know Garrus? Garrus. I know Garrus! Oh! Necromancer Garrus rediscovered some ancient death hexes, such as Rancor Coal found in Stormvale. Interesting. It's like meeting a celebrity. Awesome. That's a throwback, yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay. Now I have to wonder, can I make that jump? I don't think I can. Okay. I'm gonna check how many souls I have. If I don't have that much, I'll make the jump next time. But I don't remember how much I had. I'm not risking it if I had like 50k or something. I don't think I had much, but... Ah! Oh god, wrong way. Hey Sylvan Shade, how are you doing today? Oh, let me out! This way. And Necromancer Garis. Yeah, I thought that was the secret path that led to the... Oh my god! Natus! 49 months! Tier 1, thank you! I appreciate you, hope you're well. There's the ranker call. Dude. Thank you, Natus. I hope you're doing well. Natus Alucard, you will be remembered. Thank you. First day back at work after my week off today. Pretty beat. Ah, that sucks. Well. Hope you get to enjoy your day once you're done with work. Fuck you. Let's craft more of these, you know? I wonder if I want to use those against Garis. I really, man, 30k? Do I care about 30k? I kind of do. I kind of do. You know what? I don't care. I'm trying. I don't want to do that run back every time! I feel like I can do better. Yeah. I feel like I can do much better. It's interesting that it's called the Sage's Cave. But then it's Necromancer Garris. I wonder if maybe... maybe he was a sage before becoming a necromancer? Is there anything on this side? Hold up. I think I found something. Yeah, I do like CRPGs to a certain extent. I did play Rogue Trader a little bit. I remember you mentioning it earlier. Rogue Trader, man, I really liked some aspects of it. My issue with Rogue Trader was I was constantly interrupted by level up. You level up way too much in that game, and it's way too annoying to level up, like the actual process of leveling up. It completely ruined my interest in playing more of the game, unfortunately. I feel like I can land there somehow. What's up, Chill Town Will? How are you doing today? Couldn't get there with your name. It's not gonna work. All right, we run it back. Oh my god. Hey, at least we tried. Now we know. Okay, one last try. I can do better than this. No, okay, I can't. Never mind. I had a last moment of like, you know what? Maybe I can jump better. What if... No. That's a B-side. Yeah, no, I mean the game's good, Clayman. I think Clayhan, sorry. I had some issues about the pacing, and the level up system was one of the reasons. But even outside of that, like a few issues with the story pacing. But yeah, no, I mean, I wish I could play more of the game because like the story, the decisions, a lot of the actual like combat is really good. The characters are interesting. I played a good bit of it. Fuck you! Oh, that does not work the way I expected to. Oh shit! Oh my god, it never stops! Dude, you're an old necromancer. You're not supposed to just swing your flail around like a crazy person. Well, clearly his stamina is more unlimited than mine. Okay, that's bullshit, and you know it. Get in here. Ooh! And then there. And then take a left. Then here, and then there. Drink. Switch to the shield. Get in here. Ooh, I hate this spell. What the fuck, dude? He just spins on the ground. I was trying to backstab him. Fuck that up. Oh my god, that... That dude is no pushover. Man, I really wish I could make that jump. Maybe if I was lighter without armor, maybe you jump further. I don't know. I could try. I could change into my boss killing gear at the same time. Dude, I swear to God, that spell is very annoying. How long is it gonna follow me? Thank you. No. Dude, I was staggered. I was spamming roll. Completely staggered until the spell hits me. This is crazy. Weird snails. Love the design. Alright, let's just experiment. That did not work, but I think I saw something that I can do. I want to go here and then jump slightly to the left. Never mind. I don't think there's any other way. I have to run it back. This is not my favorite dungeon in the game, I will tell you that. It's growing on you? Oh. Boss fight is cool? Yeah, it's alright. I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely an unusual boss, which I can appreciate. The one with all the secret holes. I wish that was a description that could remind someone of which dungeon it is. It's not enough though. Many dungeons were like that. There's at least 3 dungeons with a bunch of secret holes everywhere. Two boss gates. There's at least another one that we found. God, dude. This spell spam is so obnoxious. Not only does he spam spells, those spells follow you around forever. Like, you have no break. then he basically doesn't stagger. He just spams through your fucking attacks and saps your stamina. Oh my god. And now there's 2 snails at once. Great. That's gonna work out. That wasn't greed. That was me being like, if I do a jump attack, it's gonna stagger and then I can finish him. He doesn't give a shit. He's wearing a robe and he literally does not get staggered by the jumping attack. He just takes it, no cells, hits you through it. You would think a dude in light armor would get staggered by a strong attack, but no. That's not how the game works. I think the strategy was alright, like running around and just, you know, attacking him when you have like open spaces. I think killing the snails doesn't do shit. They're just gonna come back. Might as well just live with them and then focus on damaging him fast. The real issue is that spell, because it forces you to move. You can't just wait. You can't dodge it. It's doing a 360 and it's coming a 180 and it's coming right back at you. Oh! I wish I could have critical hit and no time to drink because they get to you faster. Swing, yep. Sure, want to do a third one so that the screen is filled with skulls? The snails have perfect movement prediction. They know exactly where you're going to be at the end of your roll, and they just go for it. They follow their dreams. Their dreams are apparently the input of the players that they magically know. shit. Also, this guy cannot be staggered. That's crazy. I did like 5 heavy attacks in a row, not a single stun. Yeah, eat a dick. Alright. Family heads. That's a cool name for a weapon. Let's see. 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains. Signature weapon of necromancer Garrus the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children? Okay. That's fucked up. I don't know about that one. Oh, what a pretty family. Hold on. Yeah, look at that. I got your wife and kids now, Garrus. Who's their daddy now? Okay, listen. That's so grim. Interesting timing. Family issues. Perfect timing, I guess so. What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? I'm the head of the family now, yeah? I think it's interesting that it's basically it ends up being a bigger flail than the one we got from the gigantic Knight Cavalry. Anyway, cool weapon. Let's see. Let me Garrus. There he is. Found him in the sage's cave. Killed him and grabbed weapon. Family's heads. The flail modeled after the heads of his wife and children. Kinda fucked up, if you ask me. There we go. Family heads, sorry. They just came. Family head. Like that. You did an exceptional job on the character creation. I think so too. Yeah, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Looks just like us. I mean, technically, I would need a better stash, but video games rarely offer the quality of stash that I need. You know, it lacks the thickness of it, I think. You can see we have a little burn mark on our cheek, which we added later. After the Radon fight, because I was completely unable to dodge his like Starfall attack, you know, when he falls like with the as a meteor and just like basically burns everything. I never once was able to dodge that attack. I literally had to save my flask to just survive it. That's how I beat him. So as a, you know, to remember that burning, exploding attack that I was never able to beat, we added a little burn mark on our cheek, you know. I would like my character to show the you know, the evolution of the playthrough. Adding little marks here and there, and every you know, so often when we finish like a big area or something, a major boss, I like adding a little bit of gray hair, change the length of the hair and everything. Like I want to show the aging and the movement on the character, the like the development of the story, because at the end of it, I want to be able to look at the final version of the character and then load back the first version of the character, which we saved, right? So we'll be able to like compare the two characters and see the story on the character. I'm excited about that. I think that's gonna be a cool thing to do at the end. Yeah. So that should be a good time, you know. That should be a good time. Let's let me what was I? Oh, I lost my souls, so that doesn't matter. So much for that. Let us there was something I wanted to look at. What was it? Garrus. Oh yeah, the which hex was connected to him. The Rancor Call, I think it was. There it is. There, this one. Rancor Call. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by Necromancer Garrus, which we just killed. That's a really cool callback. What's up, Hunk? I didn't say any spoiler. It's an optional boss. Wait, you think naming an optional boss is not a spoiler? It's even worse! It's arguably worse than naming a mandatory boss. Because a mandatory boss, I'm gonna find regardless, right? So even though you would spoil by naming it, at least I can't avoid it. If you name a boss that's optional, I would know if I met them or not. Like I would, you know, I would be like, oh, I never met that boss they mentioned, meaning I missed something. It's even worse. I don't think you understand the rules of the channel, Hunk. I would recommend reading them again. If you have any interest of staying around this channel. Which I'm sure you don't, you know. But I'm just saying. Also, just as a general, you know, guideline for the future, you know, I don't know why I'm taking the responsibility of educating you, but when you enter someone's house and the people responsible for the house and the rules tell you you made a mistake there, you don't get to decide that the rules are wrong and that you are correct, right? You just apologize and that's it. But the main character has arrived. Yeah, Dax. Oh man, Twitch chat never change. Love it. Elden John. Oh man. Oh, this is exactly, I think this is the exact same layout as the Patches boss room. You know, it had the little ledge. Which, now that I think about it, I don't think you ever get to climb on top of it. What's up, Timmy? How are you doing today? Yeah, Timmy. Yeah, that's the thing, Macchiato, right? I'm always fine if someone comes in and they don't read the rules and they accidentally spoil something or whatever, but then they are apologetic once they realize what they've done and they're like, oh shit, sorry, I didn't read the rules, I made a mistake, right? That happens, right? I go around Twitch a lot. I don't often read the rules, personally. Then again, I know that I'm not the kind of person that's gonna break the rules. I never talk about the video game, rarely, right? I never say anything that I know about the game. I rarely, the small chance I have of breaking someone's rules in the channel without knowing would be saying something slightly, you know, political or controversial. Because you know me, I like being a cynical asshole sometimes. So that's the only chance I have of breaking, but I rarely do that in places I don't know anyway, right? Because, I don't know, you join a channel, you know, you tend to be friendly first, look at the community, watch the chat for a while, you know, learn a little bit of how the culture is, and then you participate. That's how I do it personally. It's rare that I speak in the first hours of being in a channel, right? Typically, I will even watch a stream a couple times before I even speak. But, you know, that's just different. But even then, like, back to my point. If you make a mistake and then you recognize your mistake, that's totally fine. You know, you're more than welcome to stay and you know, participate. But if you don't know you've broken a rule and you argue against it, you become a liability. Because it means you don't realize when you're spoiling shit. That to me is scary, right? It's the type of viewer I don't want around because I'm worried that they're gonna do it again, right? Because they don't realize what a spoiler is, according to, you know, my personal definition of it, which is the one that matters for my house, right? But it is what it is, you know. Yo, Vivi, what's up? Alien Dance. Oh, I don't have the Alien Dance emote here. Now your message looks weird, but welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I hope your shoot went well yesterday, despite the fact that you were late. Yeah, of course, Grim. I get that. Yeah, mobile, I don't know. Does mobile not give you like the pop-up when you click on a chat for the first time? I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, again, I agree. But then, yeah, ignoring the messages, the titles. I mean, people, like, a lot of people do not read anything on a channel, right? Not the title, nor the tags, which I guess the tags could be better implemented. That's on Twitch. The pin messages, I guess some people ignore them. It doesn't show your profile, which a lot of rules are listed on there. Yeah, I don't have that on my profile, I don't think. I don't have the rules on my profile, right? I just have them when you click on the chat for the first time. Which I guess is something I could do, but again, from my experience, people don't read anything anyway. So, you know. I don't know. They just like accept, yeah. I think to me the point ultimately is it's a bit of common sense, right? I cannot imagine going into a channel and mentioning something about the game that I am not sure the person knows about or not. It doesn't make sense to me. It's, you know, if I don't know the rules, then I shut the fuck up, you know? I just wait and see, right? But, Sure. I agree, Grim, but common sense, unfortunately, is in short supplies these days. So is self-awareness, apparently, which is the main problem. Because again, if you make a mistake and then you accept it, there's no problem for me, you know? Everyone's allowed to make mistakes. Thank you, super well. Hello, everyone. Hey, well, I'm glad it went well. What's up, Gotra? How are you doing? Yeah, Gotra. Huh. I see that happening in Naz's channel sometimes. The funny thing is, people are not being sarcastic about it or trying to be funny about it. You literally have people coming in Naz's channel telling him to heal. Like, hey, careful, you're low HP, you should heal. Naz is doing hitless runs. He purposefully keeps his health low because of the bonuses it gives. And you get people coming in and being like, oh, you should heal. It's so funny. You know, again, goes back to the idea, like, people don't even try to see what, like, to understand what they're looking at. Yeah, I agree, Saladino. I think that's the best play. For me, that's always my go-to strategy, right? I watch a channel for a bit and I pay attention and I look at what the culture is. If I, you know, if it's something that I enjoy or not, if it's a channel that I think I'm gonna fit in with or not, you know. And then you learn how the culture is, and then you participate, right? But I understand that's not everyone's way of consuming Twitch, and that's totally okay. Again, I think it's okay to make mistakes. It's how you deal with being called out for your mistakes that says everything people need to know about your character. At least that's, you know. I was having that conversation yesterday. What trait, we were actually talking about that on Grimm's channel. What trait do you find most annoying in a person? For me, it was the lack of accountability. That's the main thing that turns me off of someone. Whether it's a work, friendship, romantic, whatever the kind of relationship, even just acquaintances, lack of accountability when displayed, it immediately turns me off of someone. Like, I cannot stand that type of stuff. Like, you know. What's up, streaming Steven TV? I'm doing well. How are you? Like, someone making a mistake and literally not being accountable, which is very linked to like the lack of self-awareness, I think, Grim. I think those two are extremely close together. I hate it. It tells me a lot about someone's character when it happens. And on the other hand, someone willing to accept their mistakes and take, you know, responsibility for them. Great trait. Extremely attractive trait. All right, so the lack of map is a little annoying because I struggle to sort of... But I'm fairly sure all of this down there is covered at this point. So now the only thing we have to do is go back to the area just on top of the elevator with like the coffins and the caravans and all that. And explore that part of it. That's the next step, I think. Anyway. But I think, you know, and that's kind of my conclusion about it. And the way I feel about it all is, I think my rules end up being a great filter for my channel, in the sense that it usually leads to getting a sense of who people are very quickly. A lot of my, you know, like core viewers are people who did the same thing this person did, made a mistake, you know, mentioned something that broke the rules and then were deleted, and then they were like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize, my bad, and then they just stay forever because they get it, you know. And typically those people tend to be great community members going forward. So, and the people who don't get it, they typically don't stay around because of the way I tend to interact with them after that happens. Which, again, great filter, love that. I did the same for the first time too. Yeah, I mean, I love to say that everyone in this community has been deleted at least once. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. The key is not taking being deleted as a personal attack. Yeah, that's true, Cyrus. How are you doing today? And it's not, again, like, it's just a way to preserve the rules, but I get that some people's... sometimes ego gets in the way, right? You get deleted and you feel silenced, or it makes you feel bad, or maybe some people... I think there's a few cases where people sometimes feel embarrassed, maybe, for being deleted because they made a mistake. But instead of being like, well, okay, you know, I made a mistake, that's my bad. They just like, they're so embarrassed that they just basically leave and prefer ignoring it altogether, right? And never come back. Which, you know, I understand. You know, doesn't make me want to change the rules, though. It just, you know, means, in my opinion, it means they still have something to learn, and that's okay. We're always learning as human beings. What's up, Musty Mirage? How are you doing? I respect chatters who can be confronted about a behavior taken on the chin. Yeah, absolutely. What are the rules? You had to click on them to enter the chat, Steven. I think you can get them again by clicking the little wheel at the bottom of your chat. And then there's something that should say, what does it say? View chat rules. And then you can get them. That's for your information, you know, like in general. The teaching how to fish philosophy, right? Now, specifically to answer your questions, basically no information whatsoever about the video game that I'm playing is the main rule. I don't want any chat influence. No spoilers, no backseating, no help, no nothing. What is this common sense thing in the rules? Yeah, I don't know. I should remove this one. I think it's like a vestige of an old civilization. Oh boy. Okay. How is this thing getting staggered more than the fucking scrawny necromancer? Okay, this makes no sense. That thing gets staggered more than Garrus, who again was an old frail man in a robe. Common courtesy fits better. I don't hate that, no. Okay. Common sense, preconceived notions. I mean, that is true. There's something to be said about common sense not being universal, right? There's a cultural elements to it. To me, it's just a catch-all sort of thing, right? I could replace it by don't be an asshole, but that's also very subjective. So. It's definitely an ego thing, at least for me. Now that I know the channel, I don't care. But at the start, I was a little butthurt, at least. Yeah, that's interesting, yeah. I mean, I don't think your experience is that uncommon, you know. But hey, you stuck it out, and you're still here. And I'm sure you understand it better now. And don't get me wrong, you know, none of my rules or like none of that philosophy I just mentioned. My point's not to educate people or you know, any of that. Like, I don't give a shit. Really, it's just to protect my experience of the video game that I'm playing. It's very selfish. God, this place looks so cool. I really hope to learn more about like those ruins everywhere. Getting put on the block at Cody's to help me getting over. Wait, you're banned over there, or did you get rezzed at some point? That's so funny. I didn't know you were you had been executed. They voted no. Nice. That's so funny. A rare save? Yeah. All right. I mean, I know what's waiting up here because again, when we escaped the manor, I went through here and the dragon spawned on me, so I know that's in my future. Not looking forward to it. We were weak and voted no. Yeah, everyone just softened up on that channel. Back in my day. Did it just front flip off of the... Okay, those people are cool. Like, those things are really cool. He just front flipped off of the fucking thing. Oh, I'm dead. I just got choke slammed. That was so amazing. I know, $10. Everyone's getting soft over there. Everyone's getting old and soft and meh. I miss the time when, you know, people would get chewed up for nothing. Right, Salino, yeah. Let me sit at this grace. We even got emotes like this now. Well, I mean, those are Xander's drawings, right? Which I think is kind of cute, but also disgusting. Okay, let's fight this guy again. I want to see him front flip of the thing again. Look at that. Look at this guy! Dude! So athletic. Okay. Atomic drop or something? I don't know what it's called, actually, but... I win the rematch. So a stream once where someone asked if they always vote we, and Cody said, let's see, put that person on the block. Yeah, see, those were the days, man. No, I mean, man, I remember pre-execution system. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. The blood everywhere. It's so gnarly, dude. Anyway. Yeah, pre-execution system. I remember Cody's streams when he was in his parents' garage. And you could hear the rain on his tin roof while he was streaming. It was so freaking loud. And it was such a vibe. And there was no execution system. Someone said one word out of, you know, out of line. Instant ban. Like, he wouldn't give a shit. I always appreciated that about his channel. Oh! I thought he was stuck. Yeah! My strategy is a bit different. I typically don't ban people. I make them leave by just, you know. Why did I sit down? I just respawned that guy. I'm such an idiot. I don't know why I sat down. That was a completely automatic behavior. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, I mean, we still have plenty of bans, right? I mean, they happen. Sometimes more than others. I like playing with my food, yeah. At the end of the day, I'm here to entertain. and I think some of that can be entertaining. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it makes me a bad person for enjoying that. Oh, come on, I dodged. Yes, Aladino? Nice. Not in the garage anymore. Yeah, I wasn't watching him when he was in the Netherlands. My first stream of his that I watched was Dark Souls 2. He got raided into by Man vs. Game that I was watching at the time. Obviously, I've been watching Man since like 2010. And then he raided into Cody for Dark Souls 2 release day. And that was my first exposure to the guy. I've never subbed to a channel faster than this. That's back when he was still doing like the whole screaming welcome, you know, like you have the right to remain profane. And he was really screaming profane really loud. And I saw that once, immediately subbed. I knew that was, you know, I don't know. There was something about the vibe. I was like, yeah, this is my people. I wasn't wrong for the most part. If only it happened more. If only, Naz, if only. We can have nice things, man. It's just... But yeah, anyway. But yeah, to me, it was interesting because the first time I saw his stream, my understanding of it was that it was kind of the Man vs. Game style philosophy, which I also share, right? Same sort of origin. It all comes down, sorry, to Man vs. Game. That he's the guy that made streaming in the style that I personally enjoy, and a lot of us do, right? With like the you know, pretty strict rules and the, you know, kind of, you know, no nonsense, no bullshit, like, you know, no fake positivity and all that stuff. But anyway, but Cody was doing it in a way that was like performative. Like it was he made a spectacle of that style, right? And that's still what he's doing to this day, right? With the execution system and all that. And I thought that was really, really original when I first saw his stream. He was sort of pushing the envelope on that. Like old Zeke. I was never a big fan of Zeke. I mean, I think he's a great dude, right? I had the chance of like talking to him a few times back in the like 2013, 14. Back in the, I don't know if you guys remember the Jackass podcast. I participated a couple times, and then so we were like all on a like a, you know, Skype group together, and I think he's a great dude, but I never really vibe with his style of streaming. I don't know why. Just, you know, it is what it is. Was unemployed 2015, 2018, low-lived Twitch for a bit. Able to watch Cody for hours. Yeah. Back when he was streaming a lot, you know, he didn't have a family to take care of and all that. He's gotten a lot quieter as well. Yeah, I think, and I don't know if that's really what happened. Maybe it's just he changed and then the rest followed. But it does feel like, in Zeke's case, maybe there was a bit of branding intention, right? He wanted to be more brand friendly, to grow his channel more and faster and get more deals. And it was kind of sort of like the Co-Carnage influence, right? Which is a very different style of streaming. Which is one that I was part of Co's streaming team when I started on Twitch in 2013. When I came to Twitch after Own TV got, you know, closed the doors. And so it's a very different style of streaming that is a lot more brand friendly, right? For like deals and all that. Which I think might be part of why Z sort of changes ways a little bit. Because obviously he's way more successful as a result. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe he changed, got calmer, and you know, a little more measured, and as a result, he, you know, sort of associated with these people more. What other streamers do you watch now? I mean, I watch Naz every day, of course. You saw Grim in chat earlier. I watch her quite a bit. She's usually live at times when no one else I watch is, so I tend to hang out there and lurk quite a bit. Whoever do I watch regularly? Vivi was there earlier too. I you know, watch her quite a bit lately because she's playing League of Legends and kind of got me back into the game. I'm blaming her for that returning addiction. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen when Path of Exile 2 updates. I don't want to play Path of Exile 2 at some point, but I'm looking forward to watching someone playing it at a high level. That's going to be fun. Who else do I watch? Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I watch Maximilian Dude quite a bit for the fighting game stuff, you know. He's the biggest streamer I watch regularly, I would say, days. Let me check my following list. Ash Monster. I watch Ash Monster quite a bit when I can. Although she often streams when I do, so that's difficult. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Soro? And a bunch of streamers that I just, you know, like I don't like necessarily go watch them when they go live, but I just put them on whenever, you know, I have nothing else to see and they're there. I feel like I'm forgetting people, but I apologize. If there's someone here that I typically watch and I forgot to mention them, I'm very sorry. It's not intentional. I watch Brandon when he streams fighting games. When I wake up in the morning, he's usually live, so I watch him when I'm having breakfast. B-Sun, right? B_Sun. Yeah. How's life? It's alright. How's yours? Does anyone prune their follow list, or is that a faux pas on Twitch? I kind of hate scrolling through my list to find people who are offline. What do you mean by prune their follow list? The problem, Colette, is you often play games that I don't want to watch because I'm either going to play them or replay them or, you know. So again, I'm not sure what you mean by pruning your follow list. Do you mean me removing people that are following me? Or removing people that I follow? Removing people that... Oh, I unfollow people all the time. I'm typically pretty quick at giving people a follow, you know, to check their content out. And then, like I said earlier, you know, I don't participate in chat unless I've been around like a few days, right? I've watched a few streams to see how the thing goes, and then I enter the chat, typically. But at the same time, you know, I'll follow people on a whim. But then after a few streams, if I watch and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna hang out here or whatever, I tend to just unfollow, because if I'm not gonna watch you, why would I keep following you, you know? I've always said, to me, a follow is a tool for the viewer. It's not something you do for the creator, which I understand can be wrong sometimes, especially for people who are not affiliated right now, because you need a certain number of followers to be affiliated. So you may want to support like non-affiliates who are trying to affiliate, right? Following them, and that's good. But then after that, you know, especially if they're partnered, even more, right? If I'm not gonna watch you, I don't know why I would be following you. The following number means nothing. It's just a tool for people to be able to watch you. In my opinion, and I know that's a personal take, not everyone has to agree with that, following numbers mean literally nothing. And I mean, I appreciate when I pass a milestone, like a new 1,000 or whatever. I'm like, hey, we reached that many thousand. Great, you know, because it's a fun little milestone. But, you know, like, and of course, I appreciate when someone follows me, you know, like if someone follows me and they're like, hey, I followed you. I'm like, hey, thanks, that's cool. But at the end of the day, you know, it's a tool for you, right? I would much more appreciate someone who shows up from time to time when they see me live on a category they enjoy and then they watch, but they never follow me because they don't plan on watching me on, you know, anything I play. Just want to watch sometimes when I'm playing a certain game. I would much rather have that than someone who follows and then never watches. Hey, what's up, Buck? How are you doing? Love lurkers, absolutely, yeah. Up and downs, just so in reply to your DM, by the way. Okay, I'll check after stream, thank you. That was me, Angthar. Yes. I followed someone that was like shouted out on a channel one time. And then I unfollowed because I checked their content and it was definitely not for me. And they they DM'd me to be like, hey, I saw you unfollowed. Like, do you mind explaining? And I was like, well, that's kind of weird. I legit told them, like, that's kind of weird. Like, why do you care? I unfollowed. Why do you care? You know? I just, you know, I unfollow people all the time. It's nothing personal. Your content's just not for me. I wish you the best. And they were, and then they were like, oh, well, you know, I just saw you were a partner and I wondered if you had any tips or whatever to make my content more interesting. And I was like, oh, well, that's a very different question. Ancient Dragon Lenseac. Oh my god, what is he doing? Holy fuck, that thing is huge. I never really paid... Okay, the first time we went here and we saw the dragon, I didn't really pay attention to... Holy what? I didn't really pay attention to the dragon. I was like, oh, dragon, I'm running away. This is not like a normal dragon. Holy fuck. This is a big fucking thing. Anyway. Yeah, the red lightning is sick. Anyway, back to... I want to quickly go over that conversation before I... how many hours do you have in this playthrough so far? 334. How the fuck do you even see who unfollows? I think some people have like plugins that do that. Keep track of all your followers and all that. But yeah, I mean, again, back to what I was saying. You know, them being like, oh, I saw you're a partner, and I wonder if you had any like tips or feedback on what you saw, and I was like, that's a very different question. And my feedback was basically, because at that point I was kind of like, you know, that was kind of weird, you know, so I felt like they were backtracking a little bit. Maybe that's uncharitable of me, but anyway, I basically said, you know, I don't think you got anything to change. It's just a preference thing. Your content's not for me. Keep doing what you're doing. You'll find your viewers. As long as you're happy with what you're doing, it's fine. Which is kind of always the real advice I would give to anyone anyway. You know, I don't think I'm in a position to give any advice to anyone. But if there is one to give, it is definitely anything can work on Twitch. We've seen that again and again. Anything can work. Not anything will work, but anything can work. So the best thing you can do is do something you are happy with, you are proud of and happy with, right? That's the main thing, because you're the only one who's gonna show up every day for your own stream. No one else will show up every day for your own stream. You're the only person who will be there every fucking time. So your content needs to be pleasing for you first. That's the only fucking rule, in my opinion. And then after that, the people who like what you do will follow. You know? It's like, build it and people will show up, you know? The ruler's mask. The ruler's robe. Oh, okay. Do I know the person it happened with? No. It was from a completely different community. Oh, you don't know them. No one that hangs out here knows that person. It's a community that is completely separated from any of the ones that I usually hang out in. That's the hardest boss for you so far? What was my longest? What was my longest boss fight so far? Was it the Gutskin Apostle still? Or did we... Blackblade Kindred was a big one. Radon was a big one. Raidmain Duo. I don't know. I think Apostle was longer than Aya. Not sure though. I don't remember. I think the one that felt the hardest was Blackblade Kindred, I think. Maybe Radon. Maybe Star Scourge Radon was the one that felt the hardest. I don't know. Mask in the image of a wizened sage, customary dress among lords in a smaller nation, increases faith. In the image of a wizened sage, customary dress among lords in a smaller nation. Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise and possessing a certain defanged geniality. I am not sure what defanged geniality means. Like, literally, I don't understand those words in the way they're put together here. One at the center of society often finds these qualities most expedient. How do you... Geniality definition. The quality of having a friendly or cheerful manner. Okay. So defanged geniality, I guess, means non-aggressive, right? Like defanged, no, like, you know, no bite, no aggression, right? So very kind, I guess. Cheerful and kind. Interesting. Luxurious robe worn by lords in a smaller nation. Its fine blue mantle serves to prove its wearer's status. I wonder what that nation was. Like, if it was a nation that was around this place and disappeared. Or if it's still around. Yeah, curious. Pretty sure it's Skibidi. Bringing it full circle, Naz. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you weren't watching the start of the stream and you don't get Naz's joke there, shame on you. The joke is that they added Skibidi to the Cambridge Dictionary. I wish I was kidding. Holy fuck, the design of that thing is amazing. Like the face of the face and the body of that dragon looks so much more like the Dragonkin soldiers. I think it's really fucking cool. Like the lightning looks awesome, like the golden sort of like accents inside the wings. Holy fuck. This is the coolest dragon I've ever seen. He looks like an Evangelion, again, like an Eva. Mech? What I don't know what word to use to define him. What's up, Malachaz? How are you doing? He looks angry as fuck. They added Delulu as well. Yeah. If only we already had a word that means Delulu. Yeah, me too, Naz. I want to rewatch Evangelion for sure. I'm okay, Malachaz. Bit of a weird day, but Trad wife was added to Cambridge Dictionary as well. That's crazy. I love it. Man. But yeah, that's not the worst news of the day, people. We talked about that early in the stream, but for those of you who missed it, Volkswagen released a new car that has its maximum horsepower locked behind a subscription of $20 a month to unlock an extra 20 horsepower. I wish I was joking. We already talked in the past about, like, you know, cars that had like heater seats on basically locked behind a subscription and all that. Now they're even putting like performance behind it. And the way they justified it was, we want to provide a sportier experience for some drivers without them having to buy a new car. That's how they justify it. They're getting absolutely blasted on the internet though, so at least there's that. Hopefully, you know, I'm sure it won't change anything, but I don't know. No, absolutely, Gold. But I understand their logic. The car industry is looking at the video game industry and they're like, oh man, what they're doing works great, right? It's the most... The video game industry is the entertainment industry that's making the most money in the world right now. Obviously, other industries are going to look at what they're doing. And it's a cost-saving measure for them to produce every car the same, right? It costs more for them to change their chain of production. It's much more economical to put more stuff in it, do every car the same, and then you lock the features, right? I get it. I understand it. I think it's absolutely vile and exploitative, but I get it, you know. I understand what they're doing it. Their goal is to make money, you know. Makes a lot of sense. I'm a pilot jailbroken Volkswagen. Yeah, I hope you hate having a warranty and your insurance probably, you know, fucking you over if you ever get into an accident. Because obviously the insurance, you know, are in cahoots with the manufacturers. Yeah, no, I know, Sanaya. I agree, but such is the way most industries are going to right now. I mean, look at the streaming industry. Like, I mean, like, it's, you know, show streaming. You used to pay your subscription and that was it. Now you need to pay an extra if you don't want advertisement. It's you know, they're gonna keep adding stuff up like that constantly. You know, it's the way it is. That's what I said, White Wolf. Did you think I was lying? I love how White Wolf comes like, okay, I looked it up. Let me repeat exactly what you just said. Yeah, you have Premium, but do you have Premium Plus? And I mean, don't think that Twitch is not going to go the same way, by the way. Right now, if you're a sub, you get an ad-free experience on a lot of channels, such as mine. I'm sure they're going to remove that feature very, very, very soon. But anyway, by the way, Timmy, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to Malachaz. Sorry it took me so long to thank you. I really appreciate the gift sub, Malachaz. You will be remembered. And Timmy, again, thank you so much for the incredible amount of support. It always means a lot. Oh, yeah, it was both, White Wolf. Yeah, yeah. And can you tell I'm not excited to fight this dragon, and I'm very scared? What's up, Nurse Dean? How are you doing today? I hope you've been well. Lurking and hearing what you're saying about Volkswagen is insane. I know it is. Yeah, I already hate the normal dragons. This one looks even more terrifying. It looks like it has a completely different moveset than the normal dragons we fought, so that should be interesting. He also looks so much cooler. Holy crap. But yeah, again, I wanted to repeat, if you haven't joined Discord, by the way, do it. If you want to be informed whenever I'm streaming and get all the announcements of what's happening with the stream and all that. I have to cancel stuff or whatever. And also, I plan on doing private streams on the Discord very soon. It could be any day now. Maybe tonight after tonight's stream. I'm not sure. Maybe, you know, who knows when. Where I'm gonna play the games I typically play off stream. My off-stream obsessions. These days, it's League of Legends or Tekken. And you know, I'm gonna play those games, private Discord streams. We're probably gonna put like a TV show in a corner of the screen, right? That's my idea. I prepared like a whole scene on OBS for that, like The Office, or you know, rewatch some good old comfy TV shows for the vibes, right? As you know, while I'm gaming, and you know, and then you have like there's a text channel next to the streaming thing on Discord, and you can use that to interact with me and all that. I'm not gonna have a camera turned on, but I'm gonna be on the mic. Yeah, basically that's my plan. I want to do more streams like that, and it's gonna be exclusive for subscribers. The first few, maybe like the, you know, I don't know, the first few I'm gonna do are gonna be open to all subs. And then in the near future, if everything works the way I expect it, and if it works well and I enjoy doing it and I plan on doing more, I'm gonna lock that bonus behind tier 3 subscription, because I am looking for ways to reward my tier 3 subs more and maybe encourage more of those subs. I'm sorry, it sounds like I'm selling out, but the goal of this is I'm trying to slowly make my way towards the second tier of the Plus program, for which I need like 300 sub points, right? Plus points, or whatever they call them. And tier 3 subs count for 6 instead of just 1, right? So those are massive. So I'm trying to sort of reward the tier 3 subs and encourage it. And it allows me also to keep those streams to a smaller like community, right? Smaller viewer, like, you know, just a few people hanging out. I think this, for me, is... I don't want them to just be another stream that I do, right? Otherwise, I would just stream on Twitch. Like, what's the point? But... yeah, I like the idea of a little bit exclusive thing, so... A more select sect of viewers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The real, like, inner circle, you know? No, but it's just a way that I can reward my more aggressive supporters. And I'm constantly thinking of ways that I can reward those people, you know, because I feel, you know, I feel like I owe them a lot, so. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And it's probably sometimes gonna be on a schedule that nobody can watch. It's just a like timing. But on weekends, maybe I'll do it in like you know, more normal hours. On Fridays, maybe Saturdays, the hours that I typically would be streaming, sort of. Yeah. Then Mad unlocking more horsepower for us. You know, I realize the irony of what I just said about Volkswagen, but I think it's different, right? It's extra content that I wouldn't be doing otherwise. Because you know, there needs to be a little incentive for me to put in more energy and time and work, right? So, yeah. Just like those cars. Sure, yeah. It's a 1-to-1 comparison. Yeah. Yeah, those CEOs really need that extra yacht, and I really need that food on my table, you know, like just the same thing basically. Yo, what's up, Ashen Dev? I've seen your name before. Why is your name familiar? Have you been on like Naz's channel or something? Typically, if I recognize a name, it's likely from Naz's channel. I'm everywhere in Souls. Ah, I see. Probably on Naz's channel then. You've been to Naz, yeah, there it is. How are you doing today? I'm doing alright, Ashin, thank you. I'm stalling because I'm afraid of fighting that dragon. I'm finding ways to delay the inevitable. Oh boy, there we go. You and me, ancient dragon Lanceax. Okay, I dodged that on vibes. Oh boy, what is... Okay, he still does the fire breathing attack that the other dragons were doing. Okay, hold on. Shit. Am I safe? I'm safe. Hell yeah. I was shielding, but I think it just bypassed my shield completely. Because the way the strike was coming from, like, behind. I shouldn't have locked on the face. I was trying to strike his face to see if it would do more damage, like the other dragons, but... Okay. Round 1 to Lanceax. What's up, Theo? How are you doing? Dude, his entrance is so fucking cool. That's the coolest dragon in the game so far. By far. Can I block this? Holy fuck! Through the shield, half my stamina, almost all of my HP. Yikes. Okay, no blocking, no blocking is basically what I'm hearing here. Oh boy. Yeah, here he goes again. He's so fucking cool. Nope, that was a bad plan. That was a bad idea. Oh, brother. Okay. This is gonna be a whole thing. I think I'm gonna have to switch to my boss killing gear, because there's no way I'm blocking this guy. Like, it doesn't seem to be a good strategy anyway. So if I'm gonna, you know, dodge regardless, I'm gonna switch to my boss killing gear. It is a boss after all. I do want to hit his face. I want to see the kind of damage you do when you hit the face. Yeah! Not even close. Yeah! Go for it! Hell yeah, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, thank you, Hunk. Let's take it. Hello? Controller? Controller? Hello? Okay, thank you. I don't know what that was. Okay, let's switch to the boss killing gear. Because I have a feeling we're gonna be here a while. Unless I start doing a hell of a lot of damage. Alright, Lenciax, you and me. Here we go. Bring the flask. Yes, yes, you're very cool. We get it. The music is also freaking amazing. Hell yeah, that's the kind of damage I want to see. Oh my lord. Thanks, Bubble, for saving my ass there. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. Okay, this attack doesn't go very far, so when he like goes up on 2 feet, running back is an option if I can't get behind him. Good to know. Yeah, the wings are really cool. And the face, like everything, like the head. He looks like an evolved version of the Dragonkin soldiers, right? More than the other dragons we fought so far. He has that sort of chiseled jaw and super like ripped, you know, aesthetic, rather than the more chunkier dragons we fought so far. Yeah, looking on the head is not the play. In fact, I feel like playing it Monster Hunter style with unlocked camera could be the play. I need to be able to see more. Shit. Oh yeah, I mean everything he does one-shots me, so. Fortunately, I'm gonna have to learn how to defend. Because he doesn't have the same moveset as the other dragons we fought so far. He doesn't do like the typical stuff we're used to, right? Very fast, he's, you know, has a lot of AoE. Oh, I don't have any souls. So fucking cool. Oh, he did not even, he was done. Prepared his attack, didn't even swing. He's not wasting any energy. I appreciate that. What an entrance. So fucking cool. Yeah! Ow! I can get hit by this? Oh, okay. I can get hit by the lightning when he enters. Oh god. Ow! Okay. Man, I hate that. I really wish it didn't do that. What? Hold up. Really? Oh, man! I was just getting started! Oh. Well, alright. I guess we'll meet again. Ancient Dragon Lanciax. Well, then, take a note. Let's see. Plateau. Oh yeah, the Volcano Manor is part of the Altus Plateau, right? There. Ancient Dragon Lanciax. Showed up to fight me at the top of the tunnels. Quickly disappeared. I guess we'll find them later. Call it a win? Yeah, I don't know. I think if you voluntarily bailed on the fight, that's a dub. We were here, Nurse Dean, when we escaped the Volcano Manor, right? We escaped the Volcano Manor and we tried to find our way down before we realized we had to teleport. And we, in fact, went through here and the dragon spawned and I didn't look back. I ran away immediately. And I didn't even see how cool the dragon looked. I was like, oh man, big dragon, I'm running, right? So yeah, we've briefly been on the plateau before. Briefly. When we escaped the Volcano Manor. But we haven't really explored anything, right? We haven't looked around or any of that. So now we were actually properly exploring this time. But that's why you might remember us being here. What's up, Mr. Canary? How are you doing today? Canary? Canary? Canary. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing words. Canary. Canary. I don't know. Yeah. That's true, Dean. We we exited the manor around here, I think. Yeah, around here, and then just ran down. Actually, that's kind of where I want to go back to right now. I want to kind of explore in the direction of the manor. The volcano and all that. No, I know it's like the bird. That's the thing, though. I am not sure how you pronounce it. And, you know, my native language is French. I'm from Switzerland, the French part. So in French, we say canary, right? Which it's probably very different in English. And I never pronounce that word in English, so... I'm not sure which syllable the accent... Canary? Canary. Canary. Where's the accent, though? Noger. First syllable? Canary? Mr. Canary? Mr. Canary. Oh, hey, dog. Hi, dog. I need to change back to my, Jesus. Canary? On the second? Okay, you guys are gonna have to... You guys figure it out and get back to me, okay? In the UK. Oh, maybe it's a UK versus US difference. Maybe everyone's correct. What a great day to be on the internet. Good lord, he's killing a dog again. What's up, EJ? How are you doing today? Let me dress back into my exploration gear. There we go. Talismans. There we go. There we are. Hey, look at this. Beautiful. Oh shit, who's that? Oh. Yo, Freddy White. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good day. And welcome in. I don't think you've been here before. That's a first message I can respect. More first messages should be like that, I think. Oh my god, is that Millicent? Holy, it's Millicent. She just technically, I mean, we didn't summon her for the actual fight, but she technically helped us go through like the magma worm and all that, right? And now she's just waiting, looking at the capital. Is she also trying to find something in the Erdtree? Yeah, she's looking better, right? I think. Are you looking better? Hey, there's a catacomb thing up here. I need to check that later. Oh, there's a grace there. That's great too. And then camps and the grand lifts over yonder somewhere. Isn't it supposed to be here? Huh. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like it should be there somewhere. It's probably hidden just behind the corner there. Yeah. Yep. The Bergdides of Kona. Man, this place is gigantic. There's so much to explore. Well, Millicent, what brings you here? Dude, her yellow eyes, so sick. She also has the mark on her cheek. We're twins. Yeah, it's so yellow. I wonder, it's like the traveling merchants have the same yellow eyes as well. Which I wonder if it's in any way like linked to the like the frenzy stuff, right? Because the frenzy stuff, like, you know, like the grapes, the yellow eyes. I wonder if there's anything connecting those things together. This liver failure. Well, maybe the rot and the frenzy have something connecting them. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, she's a little scary. A little scary. If I can get a closer look. I'm assuming the mark on her cheek is due to the rot. Well, I guess let's talk to her and see what she has to say. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. 334 hours. It's unfortunately time for me to call it for the day. I was really enjoying it. We're finally sort of making progress in the plateau. Meeting characters, cool bosses, exciting stuff. But unfortunately, it is time for me to call it for today. I'll be back in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Elden Ring. If you don't mind following the raid, I'm going to raid my good friend Nasrallah. He is pushing for partner. He only needs a little bit more support. A couple of good streams, and he should be good to go. I'm going to send you over to Nasrallah. If you don't mind at least leaving a tab open, even if you don't watch, for the extra +1, that would mean the world to me and to Nasrallah. Well, to Nasrallah mostly, but to me by extension. So I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for more adventures. Don't forget to join the Discord. There might be a private Discord stream later tonight for subscribers. Probably going to be playing some League of Legends, watching The Office or whatever on the side. If you guys want to chill with those good vibes, you're more than welcome to do so. If not today, maybe tomorrow or any day now, basically. But yeah, no, thank you everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. Thank you for the subs, resubs, gift subs, support, bits, all of it. I really appreciate you. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.